government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded.
The best way to get something done, if it holds near and dear to you that you like to be able to, anyway, from Charlotte, another line going from in Florida down to Tampa of Putin's kleptocracy. Yeah. America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to the idea that Los Angeles and what am I doing here? For two reasons. One, let's be clear. I hear it all the time. Cumulative, definitely, I can play for the programs many times over.
Well, I'm sick and tired of smart guys.
Let me start off with two words. Made in America. Made in America.
Welcome back to another night of Shtick with Koolfrogg. I really seriously did not have as much time today as I normally do. I was very busy. I did not really get the chance to actually go through all the news articles that I wanted to go through and separate them out to do to only have so many tabs available. I have like 50 tabs open. I think I got myself down to, which is way too many. Way too many. That's like 2 shows. And I'm not going to do 2 shows tonight. I'm not going to do it. Not going to happen. Not going to be here that long. I really don't want to be here that long as much as I'd like to. Hello, everybody. How you doing? What's up, Suzanne? How you doing, Daisy Girl? Everybody that's over on that Rumble side, if you just so happen to be there, go ahead, hit that thumbs up button. Talk to me. I'll actually talk back. I actually, we'll try holding some kind of a conversation with you. Daisy Girl and Suzanne says half asleep. Oh, if you fall asleep, it's okay. I understand. Make sure you get yourself some good rest. Beautifully inappropriate. How you doing, dude? Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad you're here. As well as everybody else that's sitting in Discord. How y'all doing? I see y'all in there. I see y'all in there. I know that you're attempting to watch. We'll see how long that actually lasts. If you can all come in here for at least 2 minutes, hit that like button for me. Share this somewhere that's not on my server, and we'll see if we can't get some more people to come around. That'd be fun. Thanks, Frogman. Rough day. That sucks, dude. I hope you feel better. Shitty days suck. And today was just kind of a trash day, as it was anyway. I really wasn't all excited for the day either. I was kind of agitated, irritated. So I kind of understand. Today was just a trash day. I totally get it. So kind of get going here or whatever, because like I said, there's some 50 tabs open. I'm gonna kind of show you. This is what I'm talking about when I say I don't just sit there and do nothing. Here you go. I'm gonna show you a whole screen, all 50 tabs. There you go. There's the whole screen of all 50 tabs you can see there. So then world news, about 9 tabs. There's another one back behind here, whatever. So this has actually got the Huw Edwards stuff in it. It's got some Hollywood stuff, as well as a bunch of other articles to go along with the day. And then behind that, that's actually politics. So it's like, we'll start with this one because it's world. Then we'll go to this tab, and then we'll go to the one in the back to try getting through all this. I really don't know if it's really going to actually happen. If I seem to actually be dragging on too long and I'm just not happy with myself, I may actually start shutting things out and just closing them out. Um, you'll see it, because I'm going to try leaving this just this way, the way it is, so you can all see how I actually do my job. I don't actually just sit around and read random news articles or whatever. Just like, okay, I'm going to grab these 50 articles and read them. No, I've read all of these articles, and now I'm going to go back and I'm going to read them to you and give you a little bit of a thought process on some of them. Like I said, I was kind of a late start for the day, so don't know how well I'm going to actually do. When I say I got a late start, like, I seriously didn't get on a computer until noon. Normally I'm on about 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. So I lost myself a good 5, 6 hours worth of time. Hang tough. I'm going to share in a different server. See, that's what I'm talking about. Heck yeah. Share it somewhere else. Let everybody else know that we're actually live and what we're actually doing. Let's hit this first article here. So this is a strong gesture. French delivery of Scalp missiles to Ukraine marks shift in Western strategy. French President Emmanuel Macron announced on Tuesday that Scalp missiles capable of striking the Russian army at long range would be delivered to Ukraine. Western countries have previously been hesitant to fulfill Ukraine's long-standing request for these weapons for fear of escalating the conflict. The conflict has already been escalated. It's already been escalated to the point where it's a full-out war between Russia, Ukraine. China seems to have something to do with Russia. What's up, Great Liquor? The United Nations, which is now 32 nations, shy of Ukraine itself, is standing around waiting for something more to escalate so that they can actually step in and actually do what it is that they like to do the most. So I really seriously, for them to actually say this is an escalation point to actually give Ukraine long distance missiles as opposed to what we've already been giving them. It's really kind of odd and strange to actually think that this is the escalation point. We're going to blame France. We're going to blame France for the escalation. French President Emmanuel Macron caused quite a stir when he announced the delivery of long-range Scalp missiles to Ukraine on Tuesday, July 11th. Upon his arrival to NATO summit in Vilnius, this is a strong gesture, said Guillaume Vasconcelos, a professor of Paris Sorbonne University, military historian, and former NATO researcher. France has given the Ukrainian Air Force the ability to better support in counteroffense the further inland. This air-launched cruise missiles developed jointly by France and UK, and the latter of which has been supplying Ukraine with its own version of the Scalp, the Storm Shadow, since May. So, England, UK has actually been already supplying Ukraine with a similar weapon, not too far off from the Scalp, which is the Storm Shadow. It really seriously, with the range of over 250 kilometers, really does have quite a distance on it and could actually cause damage far enough away from their own territory for us to continuously give in to Ukraine and keep on giving them more and more stuff. We might as well just make them the 51st state, for crying out loud. That's pretty much how I'm feeling about it right now. It would enable Kyiv to reach Russian-controlled areas in the eastern part of the country. A French military source told AFP that the Scalps are already in Ukraine. Of course they are. Of course they are. Why wouldn't they already be there? They should have, you always send things before you actually, give us the information saying that you're going to send them. That's the way it always works, right? What's up, Boomer? How you doing, dear? The air-launched cruise missiles developed jointly in France and UK. Sorry. We'll move on. From political risk to stealth, Until now, NATO member countries, including France, had felt that long-range weapons could represent a political risk. According to Swiss military expert Alexander Votravers, uh, this type of weapon raised questions in the sense that the Ukrainians could use them to bomb critical infrastructure in Russian territory, said Votravers. The West thought that the Ukrainians managed to target an airbase, then they could target a hydroelectric dam, a nuclear power station, or even Moscow's Red Square. All the way out to Moscow's Red Square. Sure, perfect. There you go. They could use these missiles to do whatever it is that they wanted, take out any opposition that they feel. Flooding areas, if they're going to take out hydroelectric dams, nuclear power stations will actually cause fallout, as well as escalate things even further than what they already are. They don't care about us. They don't care about us at all. They're just going to continue to do whatever it is that they're doing. But today, long-range missiles are seen in different light. Since the Scout missile has a standoff capabilities, meaning that it can be fired from a safe distance away, it won't be dropped directly in the front line. We should not assume that these weapons will hit civilian infrastructure situated 250 kilometers inside Russian territory. Furthermore, Russia's anti-aircraft defense system is so effective that Ukrainian aircraft are forced to drop their weapons from 100 kilometers behind the front line. The new weapons capacity will help the Ukrainians to continue the counteroffensive, such as capability and critical to Ukraine's forces, and disrupt Russian logistics, as well as command and control. Researcher and International Center of Defense and Security in Estonia told AFP, furthermore, scalp strikes could help with Ukrainians' current approach, which is to advance slowly so as to protect its forces and reduce losses in the extent possible. Because they've been taking small groups and running in with them and watching them all get decimated. And then blaming us that we haven't been giving them the right stuff to actually take care of it. Sent you channel info and invite to this group. Veteran biker. Awesome. Thanks, Suzanne. Scout missiles can target bunkers and specific infrastructure behind Russian front line, as they're extremely accurate. They're also difficult to detect, which means their probability of the missile hitting its target is very high. Kyiv has promised Paris not to use the missiles outside of the internationally recognized borders. However, those in France's right and far-right political spectrum feel that this promise is insufficient. You can't sit there and hand weapons and be like, okay, now you can't hit us. You can't come after us. You can't do anything, towards us in any way, shape, or form. Otherwise, we're going to take them away. Well, no. If something goes awry, where they just so happen to, shoot something that has the distance to actually hit Paris, and they hit Paris, you blame yourself. You're the one that actually gave them the damn thing. Kyiv has promised Paris not to use the missiles outside the international recognized borders. Of course they haven't. Bringing Russia to the negotiating table. Long criticized for having maintained relations with Russian President Vladimir Putin in hopes of bringing a rapid end to the conflict, Macron has made a notable shift in stance since the end of the 2022, given the French president continually expresses support in Kyiv. Votravers says he is not at all surprised by Emmanuel Macron's announcement, nor is the delivery of such long-range cruise missiles at first. The British government supplied Ukraine with Storm Shadow missiles in May. The Russians have already announced having captured one without destroying it. Oh, fun. There you go. So the technology that you both share between the British and the French just so happened to be that they actually captured one of them in Russia. What are they going to do with it? Reverse engineer it so that they can use it themselves, making it look like as they didn't do something that you did. This means that Russian engineers are now attempting to copy its technology, Butch Evers feels that the new missile deliveries are above all publicity stunt. France is under pressure. Like many other countries, it is in sort of a race to see who can help Ukraine the most. Really? It's a race to see who can help Ukraine the most? You win. We don't want to help them anymore. Go for it. Have fun. You send all your millions and billions and trillions of dollars. We don't have it. We don't have it any longer. I'm sick of the United States being the top of the list. You want to best it? Go for it. Have fun. The aim of sending long-range missiles to Ukraine is to bring Russia to the negotiating table. According to Jean-Pierre Moulny, deputy director of French Institute of International and Strategic Affairs, the Westerners want to give Zelensky all the means he needs to ensure the success of Ukrainian counteroffensive, said Moulny in a televised interview in France 24. They want to show Putin that his aid will continue over the long term, that they will provide unfailing support, and therefore that Putin cannot win this war. The French army's Scalp missile stocks are estimated at 400 or fewer, depending on the source. Per unit price is €850, according to the French Institute of International Relations. I believe that's what that is. Somebody correct me if that's wrong, if that's different logo and I'm just looking at it wrong. The number of missiles delivered to Ukraine has not been specified. The number is quite significant. Those francs, because it's France. It keeps French stocks all above the capabilities we need for the defense of France. You need to defend yourself just in case? Oh, the United States didn't think about that. The United States doesn't care. The United States is just like, send it all. It doesn't matter. We're safe. Sure we are. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov announced in a press conference that France's move was a mistake and that Russia would be forced to take countermeasures at its war in Ukraine. Telling France that their move was a mistake. It was a mistake for them to actually try helping Ukraine in any way, shape, or form. It's a mistake for them to try one up in anybody else to try assisting them. For France to go ahead and actually send on these Scalp missiles, it would be counterproductive to France, as you're so close to Ukraine that if Russia decides to actually figure out how to use this technology that y'all have actually given Ukraine, and they just so happen to have captured it, they figured out how to actually harness it, use it, they're going to use it against you. They're going to use your own missiles against you. Whether it's yours or not, they're going to actually figure it out, and they're going to send it right back at you. Have fun with that. Keep on playing stupid games, and let's find out how many stupid prizes we all win. Is America losing the battle for naval superiority in the Red China? Yes, we definitely are. The U.S.'s ongoing naval challenges give Red China the opportunity to accumulate more power throughout the Indo-Pacific. It's no secret Red China has spent the past several decades heavily investing in armed forces. In a matter of decades, the People's Liberation Army has evolved into the largest military in the world, retrofitted with some of the latest and most advanced weapon systems. Such developments have prompted Beijing to take more aggressive actions throughout the Indo-Pacific region. In recent years, just last month, a U.S. destroyer was abruptly cut off by the People's Liberation Army. We covered this last month. This particular destroyer, the U.S. destroyer, had to actually slow itself down dramatically to stop itself from crashing into and causing a conflict with China, because they would have actually said, "Oh, that we started it, though they're the ones that cut us off." and they would have actually come after us for that. The incident occurred a few weeks after the Chinese fighter jet came within 400 feet of a U.S. reconnaissance aircraft while the latter was conducting a patrol of the South China Sea. China has also made its habit of conducting regular intrusions into Taiwan's air defense identification zone and has, at times, carried out naval operations in the Taiwan Strait. Beijing has furthermore issued numerous threats to invade Taiwan if the island refuses to abdicate to sovereignty of the Chinese government. Taken collectively, these actions demonstrate growing confidence among Xi Jinping and the Chinese Communist Party in their nation's military capabilities. While the U.S. currently maintains its status as global hegemon, its ongoing naval challenges give Red China an opportunity to accumulate more power throughout the Indo-Pacific. Persistent failure to maintain a sizable fleet and meet recruiting targets is hampering the Navy's ability to fulfill its operations, which is necessary for upholding U.S. national security and peace throughout the world. China's military buildup. Among the more alarming trends of China's military rise is the rapid pace in which they have expanded its maritime fleet. On Tuesday, the War Zone published data that the Office of U.S. Naval Intelligence documenting how the growing disparity between the U.S. and Chinese fleet sizes is being helped by China's shipbuilders being more than 200 times more capable of producing surface warships and submarines. According to a May Congressional Research Service report, Chinese efforts to modernize its navy have been underway for the past 30 years. As a result of such investments, the plan has evolved into a much more modern and capable force, giving it the ability to regularly operate throughout regional waters and expand its operations in the Western Pacific, Indian Ocean, and waters around Europe. To date, the plan has the largest navy in the world, boasting approximately 340 ships compared to the U.S.'s 300. 40 extra ships with so many men per ship, people, whatever you want to. The military might, Navy-wise, China has us beat, technically when it comes to numbers. This disparity is only expected to grow in the coming years. Of course it is. Of course it is, because when you actually think about it, it's gonna fluctuate to the point of if they most of our military might is actually produced out of stuff that's actually produced out of China. So China stops producing stuff for us so that we can build our own ships, and all of a sudden they have more than us, and they're going to continue to have more than us, being that they know what our technologies are. Does it make it anything better? No, because they probably know the one weak spot where they can just go hit it, sink the ship, be like, oh, yeah, we took it out and won. Meanwhile, the U.S. shipbuilding industry has been free fall for decades, with ships' retirements outpacing the production of new vessels. The Navy struggled to grow its fleet centered around a variety of factors, including the lack of long-term vision, inconsistent budgeting, and manpower deficiencies. Naval experts warn that failure to address these issues will continue America's atrophy as the leading maritime power. They're going to take us out. They're going to take us out. If we think that China's just going to sit around and boost a military that's up and over ours, and we're just going to sit there and allow it to happen. We're going to allow it to happen as we start decommissioning ships because they've lived their lifetime. Their life expectancy is no longer there. Trying to actually get people to actually want to actually work with or around the military, because there's so many that are just like, no, I don't want to do it. There's nothing there that actually says you have to actually be part of the military at any point in time. They'd rather us just be okay with allowing things like transvestites to go ahead and actually take over and become a thing. They're okay with that. They're okay with that. A difference in capabilities and readiness. While the size of the nation's naval fleet is significant, it isn't only factor used for comparing competing maritime forces. According to Brent Sadler, a senior research fellow in the Heritage Foundation Center of National Defense, analyses of any state's navy should also consider overall capabilities, i.e., sensors and weapon systems, and readiness, which includes the ability to maintain and sustain its ships and aircraft and train its crew. When you set two fleets side by side, it's important to understand their missions are different, Sadler told the Federalist. The U.S. plays a deep ocean away game, and we need to have the ability to run strikes from a long range away. He said, we don't have capabilities like that. We don't have the long range air to air missiles that we need, and don't have the capability where we need it against the China threat. We don't have it. Again, we don't have any of the stuff that all these other countries have actually been working on for the last so many years, because we've become complacent. And instead of actually building our own stuff, we've actually shipped most of our manufacturers out to China that are actually going ahead and actually building the stuff up for China and not giving it to us for our use. A series of war games conducted in the Center of Strategic and International Studies earlier in the year found that the event of military engagement with China, the U.S. would likely run out of key weaponry, such as long-range precision-guided munitions, in less than 1 week in a Taiwan Strait conflict. The simulation further concluded the U.S. is not adequately prepared for current global security environment. It's not adequately prepared. It's not even prepared at all. If it's not adequate, there's no preparation. You really seriously, you have to have adequate preparation to actually be able to do things correctly. As you can see, I was unable to adequately prepare for today, and I have how many articles sitting here? About 60 of them. Am I going to go through all of them? Oh, hell no. In his remarks, Sadler described how China, while aspiring to become a dominant global maritime power, has naval capabilities more suited for military conflicts near its coasts, adding that Beijing's navy is integrated with its air force and rocket forces designed for a near-sea campaign. Oh, isn't that something? They've actually integrated themselves to the point where most of their military might actually works together. I wonder why that would actually be a good deal. Gee, let me think. Brian Clark, a senior fellow of the Hudson Institute, echoed similar sentiments, noting how the plan's goal to maintaining dominance over regional waters has led to the development of a force more suited for local operations. The PLA Navy is much more weighted towards frigates, corvettes, and diesel submarines, when it is towards larger platforms like cruisers, aircraft carriers, and large amphibious ships. And it's because they largely haven't had a significant power projection mission. They've been mostly focused on defending local waters from outside forces. Good thing I don't send you any news articles today. It's okay. It's okay, Suzanne. It's okay. I got plenty. Thank you for all the stuff that you do for me, though. That's wonderful. While such circumstances would present difficulty for the U.S. naval forces seeking the breach of the area in the event of military conflict with Beijing, it also means the plan is not necessarily equipped to handle long, drawn-out sea campaigns far from its coastline. Unlike conflicts in the open ocean, nearby naval campaigns given the planned protection from land-based surface missile systems, according to Clark. China's fleet composition creates more asymmetries, where the plan is pretty strong if it is home, and pretty weak if it deploys even beyond the first island chain, but certainly beyond the second island chain. regarding overall readiness of the U.S., dwindling fleet size and ongoing recruiting problems threaten to hamper the ability to respond to urgent crises. With fewer ships available, the Navy is forced to overuse an existing vessels, which means ships in need of regular maintenance are unable to acquire such repairs until another is available to take its place. Meanwhile, a lack of manpower necessary to maintain and run these ships means sailors are forced to work extra, leading to fatigue and potential accidents. Unfortunately, this has been the legacy of decades of atrophy with the U.S. Navy, Sadler said. So, when it comes down to it, they're actually, we're not in good shape. The U.S. is really seriously in really bad shape right now when it comes to Navy. And probably any other military force that we actually have, when we're actually overworking our forces because we don't have people willing to actually take their positions and actually continue to make things better. So hopefully, we can actually all grow up, stop worrying about what we're actually identifying as, and maybe we actually might have some people that are actually willing to actually do the military thing that everybody's so long, previously we all kind of looked up to our military. We thought the military was something that was supposed to be awesome, cool, that was going to protect us. Doesn't seem that way. Doesn't seem like our military is very well built. It looks like we've pretty much decided to stop doing any of it. Almost going back all the way back to, mid 90s, Iraq. When it comes down to it, that would be the last time that we actually had military might that was actually worth a damn. There's a lot of changes that have actually happened within the last 20-ish years when it comes to military might, such as hypersonic, supersonic, and other type of long distance, high speed military might. It's not there. It's not there. And then our forces, the military might, the humans that are actually supposed to be there, are not being refreshed. They're not being refreshed because nobody cares. Nobody wants to actually join in this particular administration's military. They're done with Joe Biden and his bullshit. Speaking of Joe Biden and his bullshit, Biden escalates U.S. military response to Ukraine war by authorizing activation of 3,000 reserve troops. This last article and the first one should have actually been switched around, maybe. It would have actually flowed maybe a little bit better, one article to the next, but, whatever. That's what happens when you got that many articles up and you don't have time to actually go through them all again and put them in a good order. But, sending our reserve troops, there you go. Reserves are actually intended to actually be here to protect us, not there to protect them. President Joe Biden on Thursday granted U.S. military permission to activate upwards of 3,000 reserve troops to augment its response to the war in Ukraine. I thought we didn't have troops in Ukraine. I thought it was just money and military might. We weren't actually sending anybody anywhere. But now, us and we're bolstering it. We're actually going to. What? Excuse me. Biden authorized the Secretary of Defense and Secretary of Homeland Security to activate any units and any individual members not assigned to a unit organized to serve as a unit of the selected reserve or any member in an individual ready reserve mobilization category. So if you didn't already have somewhere where you're already supposed to be, now they're going to go ahead and they're going to actually round you all up, put you all in one group and say, get along. We're going to send you to Ukraine. Sounds fun. How many soldiers do we actually have in Ukraine? Sounds kind of scary to actually think that there were actually 3,000 reserves in their direction. It's okay. We got this. The unit groups are not to exceed 3,000 total members at any one time, or whom not more than 450 may be members of an individual ready reserve. The statement added, it remains unclear whether or not Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin intends to activate the reserve troops. So they're just gonna stand there and wait for Lloyd Austin to decide if he wants to activate them or not. They've been deployed. Now sit there and wait until we give you more direction. Canada always thinks that Uncle Sam is going to protect them in shit situations. LOL. Not going to happen. Canada now has the Rainbow Tutu military, which is trash, totally embarrassing. As well as having Chinese military sitting right on the border. Just saying. These are not additional forces. These are forces that will augment what is already that we already have there. We don't have any there. We weren't supposed to have anybody out. They weren't supposed to have any troops whatsoever. This was all supposed to be money and military might, equipment, not people. This is not additional forces. These are forces that augment or already have there. So as an example, over time, where we may have someone from an active component organization doing something, the job now under these authorities may be something that the reserve component unit may be able to do. Lieutenant General Douglas A. Sims II said in a statement. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Wednesday touted America's involvement aiding Ukraine in its war against Russia, saying that the world should show gratitude for the billions of U.S. government has provided. Yep, definitely show gratitude for the billions and billions of dollars that not just I have to pay for, but most likely my kids will have to pay for, and maybe even his kids' kids will have to actually pay for. If that so happens to actually be a thing, because that's exactly what the fuck we're going to be doing with these billions and billions of dollars. It's never going to get paid off. You're always going to be spending our tax money. The United States of America has stepped up to provide an enormous amount of capacity to help ensure that Ukraine's brave soldiers have the ammunition, the air defense, the infantry fighting vehicles, the mine clearing equipment, and so much else to be able to effectively defend against Russia's onslaught and to take territory back. Sullivan said, I think that the American people do deserve a degree of gratitude from us, from the United States, from our government, deserve gratitude for their willingness to step up, and from the rest of the world as well. Biden spoke at NATO leaders in Lithuania on Thursday, NATO, and assured that the U.S. would help Ukraine for as long as it takes. He said Ukraine is not yet ready to join NATO due to the country being at war with Russia. And maybe they'll never be. Because maybe Russia will just go ahead and eliminate anybody and take over all of Ukraine. And then there won't be Ukraine to actually be had. It'll be gone. I think we have to play a rational path for Ukraine to be able to qualify for be able to part of to get into NATO, Biden said on CNN. The president has also said that his no possibility Russian President Vladimir Putin can win the war in Ukraine. Yep, there's no possibility whatsoever for Vladimir Putin to win, according to Joe Biden. According to Joe Biden has actually put himself to the point of actually saying that he believes that there's no possibility that Russian President Vladimir Putin can win the war. Not one way, not a single thing can actually change his mind to actually make him believe that it won't happen. He's adamant. He's actually going to continue to do what it is that he's doing. I'm going to actually stop sharing the screen the way it is for a second. See what it is that's actually coming up next. I just don't want to give you a whole bunch of stuff in a random order like I already started out doing. Here are the 70 House Republicans who voted to cut off the U.S. military aid to Ukraine. So, there was House and Senate meetings that actually had occurred today. The House has actually gone to the point of actually voting to stop aid to Ukraine, as they feel that it's not necessary for us to do that. It's not necessary for us to do that. We don't want to be there. So then 70 House Republicans voted in favor of the amendment of the country's annual defense bill that would cut off all U.S. military aid to Ukraine. Notwithstanding any provision of this in any other act, no federal funds may be made available to provide security assistance to Ukraine, reads the one-sentence amendment, one of the dozens offered by hard-right Republicans that lawmakers voted on over the course of Thursday evening. The amendment easily failed by 358 to 70 margin, with all Democrats and a majority of Republicans opposing the measure. And a majority of Republicans opposing the measure. But the vote count offered the starkest indication yet of where House Republicans stand in sending military aid to be besieged European nation, which has defended itself against a Russian invasion since February 2022 with the help of tens of billions of dollars in U.S. aid. Republican Rep. Matt Gaetz in Florida, the sponsor of the amendment, acknowledged during the floor debate on the measure earlier on Thursday that the purpose of offering the measure was primarily to put lawmakers on record. My amendment is going to lose overwhelmingly when it's put up for a vote, but the American people will see who wants to represent them and who wants to represent Crimea. And that's, so I mean, he's playing politics is what he's doing, that politician that he is, playing politics, trying to actually see how many people are really against what is actually happening in Ukraine. There's not a lot of people that really care for it. And there's an awful lot of lawmakers that actually stood up against it. They've put NATO all along, although NATO cannot let Putin win way. Too much money and resources to lose. NATO and the USA need to stop a Russian win. Of course they do. Of course they do. They all the money that's already actually been put into it, they would lose their asses. We'd be done. We'd be done. I mean, it should have just been something that they should have just handed over if it was going to be the case. They should have just finished it off, let them finish it off a long time ago, allowing Russia just to, decimate Ukraine. So, Joe Biden's, he doesn't want it to go away. He's got too much interest in Ukraine. Ukraine has received more aid, funds, equipment than any other NATO country. NATO knows they need USA help because they cannot beat Putin without help from the USA. Yep, of course they can't. Hello, Rose. How you doing, dear? Good to see you. Beyond Gates, many of the right have argued that it's not the United States' interest to support Ukraine, saying that lawmakers should focus greater attention on domestic issues. Dozens of Republican lawmakers have voted against aid to Ukraine in the past, and former President Donald Trump has expressed a desire to curtail U.S. involvement in the war. I've told you several times that no matter what, I would end the war within 24 hours. Even House Speaker Kevin McCarthy, though generally supportive of the U.S. assistance to Ukraine, has at times sought to accommodate those in his party who are skeptical, saying that he does not support providing a blank check to the country, as you shouldn't ever give anybody a blank check whatsoever. Giving away blank checks is one of the dumbest things that you could do, and not safe. Not safe, as they would actually drain our coffers and immediately leave us with nothing. Oh, they already have. Wonderful. Democrats, in contrast, have largely stood behind the Biden administration approach to war, though the recent decision to send cluster munitions to Ukraine has drawn outcry from some progressive lawmakers. Below is the complete list of 70 Republicans who voted for the amendment, according to the House clerk. Not going to read them all off. I don't think you need me to read them all off. I think you kind of get the point. From A to Z, or from B to W, 70 different Republicans actually standing up against it. Give you a couple of those hard-hitting names: Boebert, Burgess, Coomer, Fallon, Gates, Green, Johnson. There's a lot of them in there. Ogles, Nels is in there. There's an awful lot of them. Both Millers. There you go. There's an awful lot of Republicans that are up against sending any kind of aid whatsoever to Ukraine. They're like, no, we don't want it. We don't want to send anything. We're done. We're done sending things to them. It's not necessary to send aid. Sorry, Frog, for yapping so much. It's just that I eat, sleep, and breathe this clown show of political games. No, it's okay. It's okay. I'm good. You can continue to throw as much off there as you want, because I'll hold a conversation with you about it. He shot. Joe Biden forgets where he's from, calls Ireland his home during NATO Q&A. This speech today was ridiculous. Here, I'm going to actually stop this for a second, reshare, so we can actually listen to what he actually had to say. Oops, and then I shared it the wrong way again. This one. This way. All right.
We've had a great relationship, and Fredrickson of Denmark and the Ministry of Coleman's daughter of Ireland. You can tell that's a Freudian slip. I'm thinking of home.
You can tell that's a Freudian slip. You can tell I'm thinking of home when you talk about Ireland. What the fuck are you on? Give me some of your drugs, old man. Joe Biden started tripping over his tongue during a press conference on Thursday with Lithuanian president. While speaking with reporters, Joe Biden forgot where his home is and started talking about my home in Ireland. Joe Biden has never lived in Ireland, not even in his dreams. Joe is a joke and NATO is a joke, and putting up with him, the West is truly lost today. No leadership. The U.S. is absent. Just this guy, I tell you. I freaking tell you. He's so stupid. So stupid. Oh, I was thinking about home. I told you there's no order on any of this. There's no order on any of this whatsoever. It's all kind of haphazard. I didn't have the time to go through it all. He needs a maid. Yeah, he needs one of those. Yes, definitely. One of those Canadian maids. Definitely. Other world news. America should be like this. Massive ball erupts in Kosovo parliament. When fists start flying, them's the politics that I really like to see. That's pretty much how most bills should be passed. Get yourself in the ring, old man. Let's go. Let's fight it out. You win, you get to pass the law. I win, I get to pass the law. Coke frog, Coke. Oh, okay. Yes, brawl it out. Yes, definitely, Rose. Brawl it out. Let's fight. This is how I want to see politicians handle business. A massive brawl outright exploded during the session of Kosovo Parliament after water was thrown on the prime minister following his intense 3-day debate about his audio recording between a ruling party member and an official from the Serb majority north. Kosovo's opposition has long accused Prime Minister Albin Kurti of straining relationships between both the United States and the European Union due to the handling intentions in the north. Since ethnic Albanian mayors have taken office in northern Kosovo following elections in April, that the Serbs boycotted, demanding more autonomy based on the decade-old deal that they wanted implemented. Unrest in the northern part of the country has escalated, while Serbs account for around 5% of Kosovo's population. Ethnic Albanians tally at 90%. A video Thursday shows inside the parliament when a member of parliament from the opposition party threw water in both Kurti and his deputy, and that's when a wild brawl broke out, with the rest of parliament getting involved in a massive scrum. I'm going to reshare the screen so you can actually hear the audio on this. Throws water at the guy speaking, throws water at the other guy that's sitting there. This guy comes running down to actually stop it. She thinks she's going to get in between it, like she's going to do something. Is she going to actually protect anybody from anything? You take a good look at her when you go back just a little bit. She stands much shorter than anybody else that's around in the room. And I'm not putting it up against her. I'm saying she could potentially do something, but the way I'm looking at it, she's not going to come up, with an upper hand on this. Oh, come on. Just play the video. Play the video. All right, let's try that again. What? He's got glasses in his hand. He's got eyeglasses. That's what he hit him with. He hit him with his eyeglasses. He's like, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you with my prescription glasses.
Ju lutem policia brenda kuvendit.
Yeah! Fight! That's so funny. A dude hits him with his eyeglasses. It just made me laugh so damn hard. Ridiculous. All right, let's finish this article out. God, I would love to see the United States Congress do the Congress. Could you imagine the glory? Oh my God, that would be so good. It'd be so good to watch one of these old men get knocked the fuck out. A lot of our politicians are idiots, and it is nothing ever gets done anyways. So we might as well just let them handle business this way. Yeah, nothing would get done that way either. But at least we would be entertained. As a matter of fact, let's get Dana White to throw a UFC octagon right in the Capitol, and we can create a whole card with Elon Musk versus Zuckerberg for the main event. Now, this is my kind of politics. This guy that wrote this article, or this person, he hit it right on the head. Andrew Powell, contributor Andrew Powell. Thank you so much for the article. That's perfect. It's perfect and exactly the way it should actually be. You don't like it? Fight. Let's, what's actually physically fight, because those old senior officials that have been around, that are sitting in their 70s and 80s, getting in a fight with one of these, right wing whatever Freedom Caucus members, might just get their asses handed to them. That would actually be kind of fun to see. We'd have lots of glasses in the hands as weapons. lots. You might even get some dentures. You just never know. Secret Service blows a hole in Karine Jean-Pierre's defense of Biden family White House cocaine. Could have been there for hours, days, or months. Key missing from West Wing cubby locker where drug was found. The key's missing. The key's missing. They kept the key. You jump the border to watch that fight? I bet you would. You come hang out. I mean, you come hang out in Discord and watch as we watch politics during the day, and you'd actually be able to see the fight from there. The Secret Service told a bipartisan group of congressmen Thursday morning that the cocaine found on the West Wing cubby locker near the Situation Room in the White House on Sunday, July 2nd, could have been there for hours, days, or months, according to the reported Capitol Hill Reporter. That revelation blows a hole in the White House's defense of the Biden family that they were away from the White House for a long holiday weekend at Camp David when the cocaine was discovered on Sunday, July 2nd. Reportedly, there's no cameras aimed at the lockers nor any keys for the lockers signed out to users, meaning anyone can leave anything without being detected. The Secret Service said the investigation has been closed without determining who left the cocaine in the White House. Karine Jean-Pierre haughtily lectured a New York Post reporter last Friday when she asked if the cocaine could belong to the Biden family member by falsely stating that the Bidens had not been in the White House the Friday before it was found. The Hill's Emily Brooks reported on the expanded timeline in when cocaine could have been left in the White House, according to comments Rep. Jamie Raskin and Lauren Boebert. Following the briefing, which is held in a secure room in the Capitol, the Secret Service had no timeline on the small amount of cocaine was left in the White House cubby. Per Rep. Raskin and Rep. Boebert, coming out of briefing in Skiff, could have been there for hours, days, or months. Boebert also said key to locker cubby is missing. It's missing. Whoever has the key, you're the one that did it. Fox News reporter Chad Pergram reported further on Boebert's comments. Boebert on cocaine briefing What we told is there's 182 lockers on the wall of the foyer in the West Wing for individuals to put items in, and this was found in locker number 50, and the key currently is missing. B. Bulbert, the key is simply in the locker until someone uses the locker. They remove the key, and when they got to exit the when they go to exit the West Wing, they unlock the locker. In our system correctly, are supposed to leave the key in the locker. C. Bulbert, there's no collateral system in place. There's no assigning of lockers, and this is one of the concerns that I've raised to Secret Service. We need to be able to track individuals and which locker they are using, and I believe that there needs to be a screening in place. Official statement in the investigation of the substance found in the White House. I don't know if we need to read the official statement again. I think we've kind of actually gone through the official statement on what has actually happened, how it happened, why it happened, and that they've refused to actually hold anybody accountable for any of it. They don't want to do that. They want to actually want us to actually just become complacent and be okay with it being that there's cocaine found in the White House. It's okay. It's okay.
Hi. I'm wondering if you have any comment about recent crime in DC. It's raising rates. We've lost an SIV applicant from Afghanistan in the most recent killing.
You can see this dated
really
July
tragic.
7th, 2023.
Say about that. And then secondly, sorry to bring up cocaine again, but there was a question yesterday during the press gaggle with Andrew Bates that was, I guess, he said that he was avoiding it because of the Hatch Act. I'm just asking again, can we just say once and for all whether or not the cocaine belonged to the Biden family?
So, a couple of things there. He mentioned the Hatch Act because the question was posed to him in using Donald Trump, and so he was trying to be very mindful. Okay, I hear you, but you're asking me a question, so I'm answering it for you. And so that's why he said the Hatch Act. So I would, have you read the transcript and read the transcript fully so you can see exactly what he was trying to say. So that's number one. So we're not avoiding the question. That is not true. We've answered this question, litigated this question for the last 2 days exhaustively. There has been some irresponsible reporting about the family. And so I got to call that out here. And I have been very clear. I was clear 2 days ago when talking about this over and over again as I was being asked a question. As you know, and media outlets reported this, the Biden family was not here. They were not here. They were at Camp David. They were not here Friday. They were not here Saturday. They were not here Sunday. They were not even here Monday. They came back on Tuesday. So to ask that question is actually incredibly irresponsible. And I'll just leave it there.
I'm happy with my lie. I'll just leave it right there. I have no problem, divulging my lies. I'm okay with that. I'm an ignorant bitch, and it's all right. It's all right for me to actually feel the way I do about it. Yeah, no prints could be lifted of DNA. Nope. No, 0 fingerprints. There's no DNA whatsoever. Not at all. That's how you should be, Frog. War is just greedy old men sending young men to die. No way. Put them in the ring to settle. Yes. Let's do it. I'm down. I'm going to actually try sharing screen by screen here to give you a little bit more clarity on what I'm actually reading. Drugs discovered 3 times in Biden's White House since 2022, Bulbert says after a Secret Service briefing. Following the Secret Service briefing on Thursday, Republican Representative Lauren Boebert announced that cocaine discovered in the White House on July 2nd was not the first time drugs were found in the Biden White House. Boebert said there's a list of more than 500 individuals that they looked into their backgrounds for prior drug records or use, and nothing was determined from their analysis. And the Secret Service is very eager to close this within the next couple of days. This is the third time that drugs have been found in the White House property since 2022. And we did not even hear about the marijuana. Marijuana. Oh, really? I certainly did not hear about the marijuana that was found in 2022 2 times. And now there's cocaine on the property. So everything they do is to move along to the next story. They know there will be another Biden crime crisis. Republican Rep Nancy Mace said the cocaine caper is going to be concluded without an outcome, no suspects, no resolution, which is frustrating because every time there's something unsavory happening in on the president, the White House's administration, we never get an answer. And it's ironic and interesting and frustrating. Yeah, very interesting and frustrating, because when you actually think about it, if this was Donald Trump and it was actually against him, they would have said it was him. It was all his. There's nobody else that they would actually have questioned on that at all. They would have just straight out said, oh, it has to be, it must be, it always will be Donald Trump and Donald Trump's fault. Never a Biden. Never Biden. Nope.
Hey everyone, I am on my way into this restricted area to go into a skip to learn about the unclassified information regarding the cocaine that was found at the White House. I'm meeting with Secret Service agents, and I am determined to find out exactly what happened, where the substance came from, who is allowed in the White House without going through security, and more importantly, why members of Congress are forced into a skiff where classified information is regularly shared, and this is an unclassified subject. So stay tuned. I will have more information for you shortly.
Yeah, thank you, Lauren Boebert, for actually being on top of things today and actually having an opinion on yet so many things. So this is the sources say the review found 2 past instances where small amounts of marijuana were detected in individuals. I don't care about the marijuana. I really don't. Other than the fact that it was found in the White House, which some may actually say leads to other harder and bigger drugs. I disagree with that, and I saw in that sentiment in itself as well. But at the same time, you just never know. Breaking: Secret Services revealed that another drug was found in the White House, and marijuana was found at least 2 times last year. At least 2 times last year, huh?
Now, Congressman, after a days-long, speaking of corruption and speaking of covering up for the Bidens, after a days-long investigation, the Secret Service now says they've identified no suspects in the White House cocaine probe, if there was even one. But that's not all, Congressman. We also learned the Secret Service discovered marijuana at least 2 times last year, but they never bothered to mention it to anybody in the United States. What's going on? Is the Secret Service now among the ranks of the FBI, the DOJ, and the IRS as just another government organization dedicated to covering up for the Bidens, sir?
Well, if you're a hardworking American and you see this, you begin to think that very thing, that you can't trust the system doesn't work anymore. It's all generated around Joe Biden. The fact they found marijuana, cocaine in the White House should worry all of us. Just from a standpoint, it's a challenge to the president and his well-being. So the fact that they had this 1-week investigation and came out with nothing, I think it concerns me a lot. But but you got Hunter Biden. We know he's on drugs. We know he's on cocaine. It probably was his, but I guess we can't prove it. And like you say, they've just swept it under the rug and we move on. But it's an important thing. Frankly, I would think the Secret Service would want to know, because it is they're there to protect the president, and having marijuana and cocaine in the White House does not bode well for that.
Yeah, under that rug in the White House. I'm kind of afraid to look under the rug in the White House, afraid of what I might find, Congressman Roger Williams. Yeah. Sir, thank you very much. Appreciate you getting here and talking with us today on the Salcedo Show.
We appreciate it so much that you actually came here and gave us your opinion. The marijuana and cocaine that could actually hinder the will of Joe Biden. You know, when it comes down to it, it's very disturbing to actually think that we've actually, you know, come to the point of being so complacent with it that we're okay. We're okay with it just being there. It's fine. No big deal. No big deal. Who cares? Let them do what they want to do. If they actually die from it, you know, if they die from it, you know, we don't care. We're not in the. It really sounds like, you know, the federal government's okay with the use of drugs, you know, across the board without an issue. It's okay. It's quite all right. It doesn't sound all right to me. Kind of move on here. It says 1 dead, 1 injured in a hit and run as a suspect flees Secret Service near National Mall. You know, so this is U.S. Secret Service is seeking a suspect who killed a 75-year-old man and injured a child in a hit and run while fleeing Secret Service officers in downtown D.C. on Wednesday afternoon. A man who was tragically killed today by a driver who fled officers for an expired registration. Secret Service spokesman Anthony Guglielmi said in a statement, police are working to locate the suspect and our deepest condolences go out to the victim's family. According to the statement from Secret Service, Uniform Division Lieutenant Paul Maher, officers from the division tried to carry out a traffic stop near the National Mall shortly before 1:30 on Wednesday on a vehicle with expired registration. The driver, whose sex is not specified by the Secret Service, indicated that they would stop the vehicle, but they quickly fled, across which he or she crossed a red light and hit multiple people on the crosswalk at 17th Street Northwest and Constitution Avenue. Secret Service officers immediately responded to render aid to the victim before emergency crews arrived. One person was transported from the scene in critical condition and later succumbed to injuries at an area hospital. The U.S. Park Police in the statement said that one victim was a 75-year-old male from Philadelphia who had died after he was transported to George Washington University and Hospital. The other victim was evaluated for injuries on the scene and was released. Multiple outlets reported that the victim is a 13-year-old girl. The 2 victims are relatives. According to NBC News, the vehicle is a 2006 blue Honda Accord. Without giving too much information out, we just, you know, anybody that has a 2006 blue Honda Accord in or around the area, better watch out. I'm assuming they're going to be looking for you for actually killing this man and injuring his granddaughter in the process. Whoever you are, man or woman, it doesn't matter when you do things that actually hurt people. You should be brought up on charges. Just saying. That's how that works. Okay, so I'm going to show you this screen again. Show you the whole entire screen. So you can see I worked myself through the first set of tabs. There's just 2 more sets here. There's 2 more sets. We'll be here for a bit yet. We'll see how fast we can actually move through this, but no promises. No promises. In DC, non-citizens can now work as police officers. Don't worry about it. You don't have to be a citizen to actually become a police officer. No reason at all that you'd have to be a citizen of the United States to become a police officer in the United States. Or in DC anyway. While current federal law prohibits non-U.S. citizens from working in law enforcement, Washington, D.C. has joined a push to allow non-citizen green card holders to work as police officers. The National Pulse reports immigrants without U.S. citizenship will soon be able to get badges and guns and authorized to arrest Americans in the nation's capital as the city's police department struggles to recruit and retain police officers. New hires, including non-citizen green card holders, will even be offered a $25,000 signing bonus. Just here you go. Here's a year's worth of wages. Get yourself a good place to live, get some food, do whatever else that you need to do. Enjoy yourself, and we'll give you a job on top of it, being a police officer. As an agency, we truly believe that the workforce that represents our community brings a variety of ideas, experiences, and perspectives. Together, this blend drives innovation and growth, said Ashton Benedict, interim chief of police, whose own parent are Sri Lankan immigrants. Benedict continued, this step marks a significant milestone in our journey as we look forward to welcoming a more diverse pool of applicants. In June, the Gateway Pundit reported the Illinois House of Senate passed Bill 3751, allowing some work-eligible non-U.S. citizens to serve in law enforcement in the state. The bill states, reinserts the provisions of engrossed bill and adds that an individual against whom immigration action has been deferred by the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services under the Federal Deferred Action of Childhood Arrivals process is allowed to apply for the position of police officer, deputy sheriff, or special policeman, subject to specified requirements effective January 1st, 2024. So, I mean, not immediately. You got to take a little bit, and you got to get enough people around that are actually willing and able to actually become police officers to pick up $25,000 and to go ahead and move into the area, making a great wage, being just that, a police officer. The original press release announces the change is no longer available, but screenshots of the release can be seen below. So then it says, oh, this is just screenshots of this. So, no, yeah, see, it's going to make me actually go to Twitter to actually try reading those. I'm not going to try reading them. I think we get the point. I think we understand that as long as you have a green card, you're eligible to become a DC police officer, which would give you a handgun and a police cruiser and an outfit, a uniform, enough money to go get yourself a good place to live, as well as, whatever else that you need. They got you. Don't worry about it. Suzanne, okay, I'm on my way down. Yeah, I bet there's an awful lot of people that if they actually seen this would actually give them the incentives to actually try moving themselves into the DC area and apply for it. Apply for the job. Hey, I want $25,000. I got a green card. I'm ready. Let's go. Give me a gun. I'm all right. So disturbing. So I said, I've been trying my dangest to actually go through all these articles today. And when I actually see them, I'm just like, how can that not be an article that I actually add to this? How am I supposed to do this? What's best? And it's like, well, I'll just leave all 60 articles open, I guess. New York court orders state committee to draw new congressional maps. Yay, New York's new congressional maps. No big deal there. A New York appeals court decided a Democrat-led bid to throw out existing congressional maps and ordered the state's independent redistricting committee to submit a new set of maps. The IRC submitted a pair of maps that the state legislature in 2022, though the state rejected them and drew their own congressional districts, which a judge in turn threw out over gerrymandering concerns. Republicans ultimately gained several seats in the Empire State's congressional delegation in 2022. Midterms using court-ordered district maps, Steuben County State Supreme Court Judge Patrick McAllister determined in May 2022 that the state created map was unconstitutionally drawn with political bias. A special master subsequently drew new congressional lines. The New York Appellate Court Justice Peter Lynch determined on Thursday, however, that the state's IRC should have submitted a second proposal after the legislature rejected the initial maps, saying the IRC had the indisputable duty under the New York Constitution to submit a second set of maps upon the rejection of the first set. It is undisputed that the IRC failed to perform the duty. Lynch subsequently ordered the IRC to commence its duties forthwith. Republicans currently hold a slim majority in the House of Representatives, and a handful of competitive seats constitute a substantial portion of the majority. The decision drew sharp criticism from the state party officials who indicated that will appeal the decision. Former Rep. Joe Simpolinski, Republican out of New York, the party's Steuben County chairman and Finger Lakes regional vice chair, told Just the News that this is the Democratic Party playing games with our democracy. We have a fair map drawn by an impartial special master, and this is pretty blatant injection of partisan politics into the process. I'm very disappointed in the decision today. I'm glad that it's going to be appealed. There's a clear precedent of leaving a special master's map hold for the entire decade. In fact, from 2012 to 2022, that was a special master's map that held for an entire decade. The suit began in June 2022 with a group of New York voters seeking to demand that the IRC deliver new congressional maps. Elias Law Group, which represented them, celebrated the decision with partner Arya Branch, saying that the old map disregarded the marginalized minority communities in some of the state's most vulnerable citizens. It marginalized and disregarded all of them. It didn't put the line in the right spot for them. It said, well, you kind of broke up this group of people and broke up the other group of people to make a map that was actually usable, that they didn't use anyway. They didn't use it anyway. For them to actually complain about the old map is ridiculous. They didn't use it. They went ahead, did their own thing anyway. If they have any other issues, they should have told these people to actually go ahead and draw up a new map a long time ago. And this wouldn't even be something that we'd even be talking about. We were thrilled that the court recognized the Independent Redistricting Commission's constitutional duty to redraw New York's congressional map, she said, according to The Hill. Ben Whedon is the editor of the report. He sure is. Yeah, see, there's some interesting articles that are around that we just kind of, some of them are really kind of, I'm not sure if I want to share that. I'm not sure if I want to read this other thing. Congressional maps in New York. That might be okay. I think we should actually go ahead and let's have somebody that's non-political actually go up and draw these maps. Somebody that seriously doesn't have a political bias. Somebody that doesn't care about politics. Somebody that doesn't care about demographic. Somebody that will actually simply put the lines where they need to be and leave them there. Quit moving them. I know, I get it. Every 10 years, you still have to kind of move them. You still have to kind of, change things around or whatever as population changes and shifts and moves around. I get all that. So then we'll do this one, I guess. GOP up in arms over New York court ruling that could give Democrats up to 6 more seats. So We just read that, that New York is actually, so they're redistricting things. They're going to redraw lines, constitutional lines that are actually legitimate, that aren't going to, disenfranchise anybody. It's going to actually give them exactly what they want. Or is it? GOP up in arms over New York court ruling that could give Democrats up to 6 more House seats. The New York Appeals Court on Thursday ordered the state to redraw the congressional map, a move in Democrats' favor that would allow the liberal-dominated state legislature to shift as many as 6 House seats in their direction for the next decade. Oh, there you go. That's why they did it. That's why they did it right there. The corrupt judge decided to actually throw it out and say, redo it so that we are happy with the way you actually did it. So that way, Democrats actually are the ones that come out, because our democracy. The appellate division of the state Supreme Court in Albany said that the majority opinion that last year's competition court-drawn maps were only meant as temporary fix and ordered the state's bipartisan Congressional Redistricting Commission to restart the process. Republicans vowed to appeal the decision, pushing the case into the lap of the state's highest court, the Court of Appeals, just a year after it intercepted Democrats' earlier attempt to gerrymander the congressional district maps. The map, a neutral court-appointed expert drew last spring, was intended to bolster competition and ultimately helped Republicans flip 4 seats in the House. If Thursday's ruling stands, both parties believe Democrats could conceivably create passable district lines that would make it next to impossible for incumbent Republicans or representatives Mike Lawler or Mark Molinaro of the Hudson Valley and Anthony D'Esposito and George Santos of Long Island and in Queens to be reelected. New York Democrats are attempting to blatant partisan power grab thinly disguised as a court case. Jack Pendle, a spokesman for the House Republicans campaign, said Republicans will appeal to protect the will of the voters of New York, and we will fight to hold the line in the Empire State. As far as that goes, it's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting to see that they're actually willing to use politics to win a court case. Politics to win a court case. No big deal. Don't worry about it. So, well, that's kind of interesting. I'm going to actually leave that tab around somewhere. There was something that actually came up in that article at the very end or whatever, where they actually change stories and they actually speak of something else. That might be something that might actually be shared. We'll see. We'll see how well we actually continue to move through the night here. This one. House votes to end Pentagon abortion travel policy through defense spending bill. So there's quite a spending bill that actually came out today. Or that they're actually trying to pass today, and they're actually hiding things, the meat to go along with the potatoes. They're actually going ahead and they're adding things to the defense Department of Defense, their bill. So it says the House of Representatives on Thursday voted to end a Department of Defense policy to fund interstate travel for service members to obtain an abortion should they be stationed in a state that does not allow them the procedure. In a 221 to 213 vote, the chamber attached the proposal to the National Defense Authorization Act, setting up a showdown with a Democratic Senate that is certain to object, the New York Times reported. So I mean, when you actually tie things together like that or whatever, you really seriously have to know who you're actually sending it on to, and you're gonna have to realize that some things don't actually add up. And sometimes when they read that stuff, they actually say, "Nope, we don't want nothing to do with that." The proposal is one of several amendments to the annual defense bill that the chamber's conservative lawmakers have sought to attach to $886 billion measure. The plan will grant the military a 5.2% pay increase, established with the Inspector General to oversee aid in Ukraine, includes a litany of other measures. The Pentagon announced its policy in the wake of the 2022 Dobbs-Jackson Supreme Court decision that ended the constitutional right to an abortion. Many states have since banned or restricted the procedure, including many that are home to military bases. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin and Alabama Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville met on Thursday to discuss the objections in the policy. Though the meeting does not appear to have yielded the policy change, Tuberville, for his part, has imposed a blanket hold on military promotions and nominations to protest the policy. While he cannot unilaterally block the appointments, he can force the Senate to use valuable floor time for individual hearings by not supporting calls for unanimous consent. The chamber typically approves nominations in groups by that method. Ben Whedon is the editor. As far as Tuberville, we actually just went through an article yesterday where we actually go through Tuberville actually doing just that and actually holding up multiple different appointments across the board, and he continued to try doing whatever it is that he could to actually hold up these appointments, to only go ahead and actually give the likeness of Kamala Harris that tie-breaking vote over and over again, making it be that she actually has a record that's equivalent to that of Calhoun. It's like, oh, okay, great, thank you for actually making her actually even more significant in her own head than she really is. Well, just in top military Russian brass just betrayed Russian soldiers in Ukraine. Interesting. That war in Ukraine is really there's a lot to go along with that. So then, to go along with the bill that we just kind of hit on, when it comes down to it. So then here, abortion in Ukraine votes plunge defense bill into peril. I'll send you it after. You can send it to me now or whatever. I'll take a look at it here in a moment. A must-pass bill setting military spending levels and policy faces a newly uncertain path after the House voted Thursday to add controversial language on abortion while preserving aid to Ukraine. Why it matters? The poison amendment is, as one member described them, mean Democrats will likely vote against the National Defense Authorization Act en masse that will require nearly all House Republicans to vote yes to salvage the historically bipartisan bill. Driving the news, the House voted 221 to 213 to adopt Ronnie Jackson's amendment for the NDAA, blocking the Biden administration's policy reimbursing service members for abortion-related expenses. I don't want to pay for that. Screw you. You're gonna go ahead and you're gonna be as ignorant as you are. If you're military, you're gonna go and you're gonna abort a child. That's on you. That shouldn't be up to me to pay for that or anybody else. Reps John Dorte, California, Brian Fitzpatrick out of Pennsylvania voted against the measure, while Reps Henry Kohler, Democrat of Texas, voted for it. Amendments restricting the transgender care for service members and diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the Pentagon also passed. Amendments restricting transgender care for service members and diversity, equity, and inclusion programs at the Pentagon also passed. I'm good with that. You restrict that all the way across the board. I'm fine with that. I really seriously don't feel that Dylan would be able to actually, protect me. I really don't. I don't feel that he would actually have the mental capacity to be able to protect me. Nonetheless, the mental capacity to actually go out and actually do his job correctly and not turn it on himself. Mentally disturbed individuals. What they're saying, I haven't talked to everybody, but I think all or almost all my colleagues will be no, said Rep. Pat Ryan, Democrat of New York, saying the abortion amendment, this was a poison pill. So there seems to be an awful lot of Democrats that are against this abortion amendment that was added to this particular bill on defense. It really seriously has nothing to do with it. It has zero things to do with it. And when Democrats are actually look at it and say no, they're probably right for the first time. It's when they say yes that you really have to start questioning them. I haven't talked to everybody, but I think all or almost all my colleagues will be a no. Another moderate veteran, Rep. Jason Crow out of Colorado, said he's not going to bail Republicans out by voting for the bill. Two House Democrats, speaking in the condition of anonymity, said it's possible all Democrats, with the potential exception of Kohler, to vote no. Zoom in. The House has rejected a series of right-wing amendments to scale back Ukraine aid by huge bipartisan majorities. Rep. Marjorie Taylor Greene amendment to strip $300 million in Ukraine aid out of the bill was rejected 89 to 358. There's too many people that are willing to go ahead and send money to Ukraine. She says, we'll scrap 300 million from it. And they're like, nah, let's send it. We'll send it. It's okay. Another rep, Matt Gaetz, blocking all U.S. security assistance to Ukraine, went down 73-58. Similar numbers, but yet looks like some 19 people decided to not vote. Though the vote put nearly 1/3 of the GOP conference on the record as opposing Ukraine aid, the state to play. That leaves the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy in perhaps the worst possible position as he tries to corral nearly his entire caucus to back a bill that still contains millions for a war effort, many on the right revel. So many people don't want this war to even be a thing, but we've actually gone to the point of that's exactly what we're doing. It's so gross. So where I live, I'm surrounded by Ukrainian flags. I'm not very popular with my Russian strong attitude. I mean, as far as that goes, you don't have to be pro-Ukraine, but you don't have to be pro-Russia either. You can kind of be against both. You can be against both of them and anything and everything that's actually happening. I think that might be something might help you out a little bit on that. Green, a McCarthy ally, told reporters she's a no on a bill with Ukraine aid, including calling it her red line. She wants zero aid to Ukraine. She wants nothing to be sent out. She doesn't care. She's obviously not she's not being fed any of this money back into her back pocket, unlike so many others, Joe Biden. But when it comes down to it, it might be okay. It might be okay for her to actually, stand on that red line of actually being like, no, I'm not going to support a single bill that's going to actually send any kind of aid whatsoever to Ukraine. I'm sick of sending money. One GOP lawmaker said that they were concerned that conservatives still won't vote for passage, even though they got their amendment votes. Amending something, whatever, still doesn't actually fix it. It still doesn't fix it. It still puts everything else that you originally started with still out there and makes it be that they're going to actually vote on that to get one thing that they want. To vote for 10 other things that they don't want isn't really going to, be feasible for anybody to do. We've actually watched some of this when we go back and pay attention to Build Back Better, that was actually divided up into multiple different bills for them to actually pass, such things as the it's on the tip of my tongue. There's a couple bills that were passed, the large bills that were passed that were part of the Build Back Better, that they decided to scrap and actually just, let's add this, let's put this, and we still sent and still spent billions, if not trillions of dollars on something that we don't necessarily have anything to do with. I think there's an argument to be made that moderates want out on a limb in voting for right-wing amendments, said another Republican, though they acknowledged it could be a tough sell. Yes, but Rep. Chip Roy, a leading member of the right-wing Freedom Caucus, and said he is strongly favorably disposed in the direction of the bills headed. The Freedom Caucus position will likely become clear at an NDAA-focused press conference on Friday morning ahead of the final vote. Yes, Friday morning. Friday morning, when we all wake up here, there will be potentially something to actually be looked at when it comes to these particular bills. The bottom line, I don't think they have a strategy, Crow said. Crow said the House Republicans, I think it's disarray. Well, I mean, it's the House of Representatives. It kind of is disarray. It kind of is disarray. And that's the way it's going to actually be. Awesome picture there, Suzanne. Good stuff. Good stuff. Did Manchin just sink Biden's labor nominee, Julie Su? He did. This article has been updated to include statements from the Stand Against Su spokesperson. Senator Joe Manchin, Democrat of West Virginia, it was revealed on Thursday afternoon he has come out against confirming Julie Su to be the Secretary of Labor. She currently serves as the acting secretary. In a statement posted on Twitter, Manchin began by saying, I believe the person leading the U.S. Department of Labor should have the experience and collaboratively led both labor and industry to forge compromises acceptable to both parties. Also adding, I have genuine concerns that Julie Su's more progressive background prevents her from doing this, and for that reason, I cannot support her nomination to serve as Secretary of Labor. You know why she got appointed to this current position? Can you imagine why Julie Su would actually be able to actually, be put in the position that she is? Can you think about why? Minority woman. Yes, there you go. Perfect. You fit in. Let's give you the job. Or not. Thank you, Joe Manchin, for the first time ever. A coalition known as Stand Against Sue, which has been vocal for the opposition to nomination, provided town hall with a statement commending Manchin. Put simply, Julie Sue does not have the competency, skills, or experience necessary for a successful Secretary of Labor, as demonstrated in her record-breaking track record of failure. Well, when it comes down to it, if we actually went ahead and we actually held everybody up on the level of competency, skill, and experience, we may not be in the situation that we're currently in with the current vice president and president of the United States. But okay, let's use those words now when they didn't mean anything before. At every opportunity, Sue has shown herself to be unfit for the role and a serious threat to workers, freelancers, and business owners across the nation. We commend Senator Manchin for defending American workers by opposing her nomination and encourage senators on both sides of the aisle to do the same. Although Senator Lisa Murkowski out of Alaska had at one point been considered a possible Republican vote in favor of Sue, that was months ago. During Sue's confirmation hearing back in April, Republican senators expressed a strong concern that she passed out of the Senate Committee of Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions purely on partisan lines. So, Lisa Murkowski, the rhino herself, had at one point in time considered a possible Republican vote for her. Really seriously is just that, a rhino. And it really makes me actually kind of question the abilities of Joe Manchin when he goes ahead and he actually holds up this particular person, saying that it causes a threat to everybody here in the States to allow the likeness of somebody like Julie Sue to actually become anything. Don't do it. If you're going to appoint somebody, skill is something that's really seriously necessary. Skill, experience, and then this one right here, competency. How competent are you? If you aren't competent enough to actually be able to do the job, Joe Biden, why would you think that it's okay for you to actually, run for any position whatsoever, Joe Biden? Lauren Boebert. Boebert's amendment protecting homeowners from socialist Biden policies passes the House. Republican-controlled House of Representatives approved the amendment proposed by Rep. Lauren Boebert to shield homeowners from socialist Biden policies. According to the news statement from her office today, Congresswoman Lauren Boebert's amendment requiring the Government Accountability Office to publish a report on its website exposing the cost and process associated with the Biden administration's socialist housing policies passed the House by voice vote with unanimous bipartisan consent. Boebert's amendment will help protect homeowners from Biden's disastrous scheme to raise fees for people with higher credit scores to subsidize those with lower credit scores. Ha, sweet. I'm down for it. But, if it's going to actually be the other way, that Biden's disastrous scheme, hey, my credit, shit. Let's go for it. Let me go take a couple loans and go build a house or something or whatever that I can't afford. Let's do it. I'm down. My common sense amendment provides transparency for the American people and exposes the cost and arbitrary process used by the Biden's minions to ram through the socialist housing policy that penalizes responsible homeowners to subsidize high-risk individuals. Unelected bureaucrats in Washington should not be able to impose these un-American regulations to hardworking middle-class families. This is a gross overreach and will ultimately exacerbate the growing inflation problem in this country, according to Boebert. Joe Biden's decision to subsidize failure makes more sense than you realize. He's hired Mayor Pete, Karine Jean-Pierre, and Kamala Harris, raising house fees at a time when mortgage rates are at the highest level in years, thanks to Biden-Pelosi spending spree, will make housing less affordable and result in higher mortgage costs and reduce access to credit for most borrowers who are working hard and doing their best just to get by. Over the past year of Biden's economic failures, mortgage interest rates have doubled. To make matters worse, Biden rolled out new socialist housing changes that force borrowers with good credit scores to pay more per month to subsidize borrowers with low credit scores. For instance, on a $400,000 mortgage, a borrower with a credit score of 680 would be forced to pay $40 more per month to subsidize similar borrowers with worse credit scores, she explained. Congresswoman Boebert's amendment to Congressman Warren Davidson's Middle Class Borrower Protection Act passed the House by voice vote with unanimous bipartisan consent. The bill ultimately passed the House with bipartisan support 230 to 189. Congresswoman Boebert voted for the Middle Class Borrower Protection Act since it scraps Joe Biden's disastrous policy of subsidizing failure at the expense of responsible homeowners. How do I have this shared? Let me share this.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in favor of my amendment, which will require the Government Accountability Office to make its report on the findings and conclusions of its study of the Federal Housing Finance Agency's loan level pricing adjustment revisions publicly available online. My common sense amendment will provide transparency for the administration to answer to the American people. The latest FHFA fee could result in thousands of dollars in additional fees for lower risk homeowners over time while encouraging and rewarding financial irresponsibility. This is a gross overreach and will ultimately contribute to the growing inflation problem we have in this country. Raising housing costs at a time when mortgage rates are at their highest, thanks to the Biden-Pelosi spending spree, will make housing less affordable and will result in higher mortgages, higher costs, and reduced access to credit for most borrowers. Joe Biden's agenda of equity over equality defies common sense.
Equity over equality defies common sense. Over and over again, she spits the truth. She tells you exactly what it is and how exactly it should be.
And will endanger the stability of the housing market. The Republican majority is fighting tooth and nail to protect the middle-class homebuyers from Joe Biden's new socialist tax, which puts homeownership out of reach for the middle-class Americans. Borrowers with excellent credit should not be punished for doing right and be forced to bear more financial burdens due to fiscal irresponsibility that others have had.
Obviously, I read it. You can hear her actually repeating what I had actually read. And when it actually comes down to it, it's really seriously doesn't come out any clearer to have her actually read it over me or whatever. When you actually think about it and you think about what they've actually trying to been pushing for as long as they had been, it's really something. It's really something to actually pay attention to. If you can't afford something, how is equity going to help you afford something? It's not. It's not going to help you. It's not going to help you because your payment, though their payment went up $40, your payment didn't go down $40. You still have to make the regular payment. It wasn't something that they took away from you and gave to the other person to pay. It wasn't that at all.
Unelected bureaucrats in Washington should not have the ability to impose these un-American regulations on hardworking middle-class families. I'm glad this bill puts an end to business as usual here in the swamp. I want to thank
As usual, here in the swamp. That's why I played it, because she actually adds a few words that weren't actually there. Here in the swamp. She's ready to drain that swamp to eliminate the most of the people that are actually there, because she doesn't give a shit about them. She doesn't, and I'm with her on that. I'm totally with her when it comes down to it. There's no reason that we need to keep the swamp that's there filled with these nasty monsters, these creatures that we've actually created that have been in our House and Senate for yet way too long. I can't wait for this election period to come up so we can get rid of some of these old hags that have been around forever and actually get some new blood in there. So then, because, he's actually Trump 2024. Yep, I'm down. I'm with you on that one, Suzanne. Totally. There's nobody that's really actually changed my mind yet. There's nobody out there that's changed my mind. I haven't been able to nobody's actually gone to the point where I'm like, oh, I should actually vote for them instead. So, Matt Gaetz has always had some issues. They've pointed fingers at him over and over again. They've tried to actually bring him down for anything and everything that he's actually been about. And, to rehash it for him, to actually, bring up his misconducts, that he's actually, done in his past, to actually try rehashing it yet one more time, to try, holding him accountable for all of it, is their attempt to actually get rid of him now, so that way they can actually try here in 2024 replace him as well. I think there should be an age limit to serve in government. There is. Oh, an age limit. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. The age that they're allowed to actually, start is set, but the age that they, the oldest that you can be isn't set. I agree with you. It should be something, because then you get these old 60-year veterans that have been around for, like Dianne Feinstein, been there forever, comes down with shingles, and she gets, put in a bed. She can't even open her eye correctly. She's finally back into government or whatever, which is why they're actually throwing all these appointments through like they had been in the last few weeks or whatever, because they're like, okay, she's here. Let's hurry up. Let's get it done. Now that, both her and Fetterneck, as far as that goes, I kind of agree with you. Age limit should be a thing. House Ethics Committee revives misconduct probe into Matt Gaetz. House Ethics Committee has reportedly revived a probe into Representative Matt Gaetz regarding the allegations of misconduct, and investigators have reportedly begun reaching out to witnesses. A witness from Florida told CNN they spoke with investigators recently about the alleged lobbying violations. Other witnesses have been contacted by the Ethics Committee. A source close to the matter told CNN the Ethics Committee investigation is a continuation of the 2021 probe into Mr. Gaetz' alleged misconduct. While serving as a representative, it is unclear that misconduct and the witnesses were interviewed for. Though the initial probe regarded sexual misconduct, illicit drug use, misuse of state identification records, and bribery, earlier this year, the Department of Justice declined to charge Mr. Gaetz after a trafficking investigation that was deferred to them by the Ethics Committee upon request. Last year, the ex-associate of Mr. Gaetz, Joel Greenberg, was sentenced to 11 years in prison after pleading guilty to 6 federal crimes, including the sex trafficking of a minor. It's okay. They just scrapped all sex trafficking of minors off their website. It doesn't matter. All is good. All is good. It's okay. You can do whatever you want now. They don't care. They don't care. They scrapped it off their website on purpose because it doesn't exist. It doesn't exist because there's a movie out there that says it does. It simply must be wrong. It must be a conspiracy theory. After the DOJ reached a conclusion, the Ethics Committee restored its own investigation. The spokesperson for Mr. Gates directed the Independent to comments he made in CNN regarding the investigation. The Florida lawmaker said the investigation is not something I'm worried about, and that he's focused on the work. The Ethics Committee typically operates through leaks, and so this is no surprise, Mr. Gates said, but the Ethics Committee has never found me to be in violation of House rules, though they've been investigating me during my entire 7 years in Congress. He added, it's also funny that the one guy who doesn't take the corrupt lobbyists and PAC money seems to be under the most ethics investigation. The guy that doesn't take the lobbyists and PAC money. I wonder why. I wonder why they would actually go after the guy that doesn't take the monies to actually become just as corrupt as the rest of them that are already there. Let's go after him. Let's go after him because he must be the problem. The committee's decision to pursue the investigation by reaching out to witnesses marks the first time investigators have taken steps since the probe was revived. The Ethics Committee is currently led by Rep. Michael Guest. Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy declined to comment to CNN about the investigation, claiming he doesn't know anything regarding the details of it. He doesn't know anything. He knows zero things. McCarthy's dumb to the point, has no clue what the hell they're talking about, and he's okay with that. He's okay with that. And it's Matt Gaetz' thing. It's Matt Gaetz' thing. Let Matt Gaetz deal with it when it comes down to it. Yo, what up, Jimmy YouTube? Good to see you. Oh, Clickjaw, Jimmy. Good to see you, brother. Oops, wrong one. Wrong button. Is corporate America about to feel the effects of SCOTUS affirmative action decision? I bet they do. With the proliferation of critical race theory and other race-based identity obsessed diversity, equity, and inclusion practices in corporate America, the Supreme Court's recent ruling on institutional racism exhibited by universities basing admissions decisions on applicants' race violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment, as drawn new scrutiny on similar policies used by large corporations. To find out more about how companies may be using so-called affirmative action, a group of state attorneys general sent letters to the CEOs of all Fortune 100 companies in the United States, putting them on notice that racial discrimination remains illegal and will be prosecuted. We are undersigned attorneys general of 13 states, right to remind you of your obligations as an employer under federal and state laws to refrain from discriminating on the basis of race, whether under the label of diversity, equity, or inclusion, or otherwise, treating people differently because of the color of their skin, even for benign purposes, is unlawful and wrong. Companies that engage in racial discrimination should and will face serious legal consequences. Led by Tennessee Attorney General Jonathan Scarmetti, the Kansas Attorney General Chris Kobach. The letter was also signed by Attorneys General of Alabama, Arkansas, Indiana, Iowa, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, South Carolina, and West Virginia. The letter noted that the same kind of racially discriminatory practices struck down in college admissions by the Supreme Court are prevalent within the corporate America. Sadly, racial discrimination in employment and contracting is too common among Fortune 100 companies and other large businesses. In an inversion of odious discriminatory practices in distant past, today's major companies adopt explicitly race-based initiatives which are similarly illegal. These discriminatory practices include, among other things, explicit racial quotas and preferences in hiring, recruiting, retention, promotion, and advancement. They also include race-based contracting practices such as racial preferences and quotas in selecting suppliers, providing overt preferential treatment to customers on the basis of race, and pressuring contractors to adopt the company's racial discriminatory quotas and preferences. Using racism in any way, shape, or form for any reason whatsoever, whether you mean it or not, whether it is something that you attempted to actually do as a joke, or you were being serious, when it comes down to it, I'm against it. But CRT and diversity, equity, and inclusion are just that. They're just that. In themselves, racism. So, to go ahead and teach CRT and DEI to anybody, to our children over and over again, is wrong. It should not be something that we should actually be worried about. And when it comes down to it, they're the ones that seem to be the ones that always bring up race. Hope y'all have a good night. You too, Jimmy. Suzanne says I'm fading, Frogman. No, I get it. If you, I totally understand. It's late and you sleep well if you decide to actually sneak out of here. Moron, very, very dumb, embarrassment. Megyn Kelly torches Kamala Harris with legitimate words. It's so fun. SiriusXM podcaster Megyn Kelly crucified Kamala Harris during her show on Tuesday, a day before the event attended by the vice president, during which she attempted to explain the concept of artificial intelligence. On her program, Kelly slammed the VP over her constant word salad, explanations of various topics and subject matter, wordy dissertations that appeared designed to hide her lack of knowledge. Her and White House Press Secretary Jean-Pierre are cut from the same cloth, actually saying absolutely nothing, with tons of words toward that end. It is a skill it shouldn't be underestimated. It's an embarrassment, Kelly, 52, said. Why they have to actually put her name there, or her age there, is kind of beside the point. But okay. Thank you for letting us know that she's 52. 52-year-old. For being 52, she don't look so bad, I guess. So we'll laugh at this because it's obvious drivel. But the left-wing press, they don't like her. Even the Democrats don't like her. But remember, what they do to former GOP Vice President Dan Quayle, she's not getting the treatment by the press. Give it like another 6 months and you'll get a hit piece on why we're all sexist and misogynist and racist for having any fun at her expense whatsoever, Kelly added. She went on to admit that initially she gave Harris the benefit of the doubt, but that's now changed. I did not think she was an idiot. I now think she's a moron. She's not that smart. Forgive me, I'm still one of those people who gets wooed by titles like she was an attorney general at the state of California. How dumb could she be? Like, dumb. The answer is very, very dumb, Kelly declared. And I come to the conclusion, just with my own eyes and ears from watching and listening to her, She cannot put two sentences together, the host added. She's just not smart. She's just not a smart person. And it concerns me because all we have in line at the Democratic side, and as Donald Trump's numbers continue to go up and up and up, and I realize some of the polls are showing him beating Joe Biden now in a hypothetical matchup, he's still very vulnerable. He did not win 2020, and it looks like it's going to be the same matchup. And honestly, Joe Biden's knocking on Grim Reaper's door, and he could be the president of the United States in the next 6 years by default if things go in a dark and upsetting way. I'm concerned. We could have watched her actually say all that as opposed to me reading it, but that's no fun. Harris has been graped several times for engaging in word salad explanations of various topics and subjects, and she did so again this week when she tried addressing the subject of artificial intelligence in a group of labor and civil rights leaders. I think the first part of the issue that should be articulated is AI is kind of a fancy thing. We went through this yesterday about her. Harris said during a roundtable event on Wednesday in Eisenhower Executive Office Building in Washington, D.C., first of all, it's two letters. It means artificial intelligence, but ultimately what it is about machine learning. And so the machine is taught, and the part of the issue here is what information is going into the machine that will then determine, and we can predict then if we think about the information is going in, that then will be produced in terms of decisions and opinions that might be made through that process. So to reduce it down to the most simple point, it's the part of the issue that we have here is thinking about what is going on into the decision and whether the decision is actually legitimate and reflective of the needs of the life experience of all people. She's so stupid. She's so stupid. I love how they actually go back and they actually reiterate these points of how she actually did make the statements about the AI and what the AI actually is about and how it works, because she has no fucking clue. Not that I really do have a clue when it comes down to it, but I'm not one that actually sit there and be like, well, it's us putting information into a machine and the machine telling us and giving us opinions and thoughts. I'm not, no, I know better. I'm not a freaking idiot. Oh, maybe she is. She is one of those as well as one of those. A maroon. Moron. Continue on here. Will Biden use the law to keep his labor secretary nominee from getting torpedoed? Oh, there she is. There she is. I knew that I had another picture of this particular person. This is Julie Su. This is Julie Su that Joe Manchin went ahead and actually prevented from actually getting her appointment. And the reason that this is actually here is because there's a clause in here. Nearly 5 months after Sue is nominated, it remains unclear when or whether the chamber will hold a vote to confirm her. If confirmed, Sue would be the first Asian American to serve in the cabinet secretary under Biden. She is backing of many Democrats and union leaders. Obviously, she doesn't. But Sue, who currently serves as acting labor secretary, could just keep running the department anyway. Federal law places no limits on how long Sue can serve in acting labor secretary without being confirmed. 1946 law amended the 1986 permits the deputy labor secretary from which Sue served as under the previous head to perform the duties of the secretary until the successor is appointed. The rule is unique to the labor department. Many other federal jobs openings are governed by the Vacancies Act, which requires replacements of certain federal agencies within time constraint of 210 days. Requires replacements of certain federal agencies within constraint of 210 days. She's been there for quite some time. So, the rule is that she's intended to and needs to actually be replaced with an actual person that would actually become the Secretary of Labor, as opposed to just acting like she's the Secretary of Labor. So when she actually doesn't get appointed to it, she just gets to stay where she was, and all's okay. As long as she continues to do what she was doing, it's all right. I hope she has the votes to become secretary. If not, of course, she could stay where she is. Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont, the chair of Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, said in a brief interview, she's doing a great job. Why would you not? Sue's nomination has been struck in a holding pattern with three key centrists, Joe Manchin, John Tester, and Kristen Sinema, declining to say publicly where they stand on her. Don't stand on her. That's not nice. All three voted to confirm her as Deputy Labor Secretary in July 2021, but she won 0 Republican votes, leaving little hope of getting any GOP support for a promotion. In a 51-vote majority, that means she needs at least 2 of the 3 senators to vote for her. So 2 of these people, Joe Manchin, John Tester, or Kristen Sinema, need to actually vote for her to actually give her the position that she wants. The position that they want to actually appoint her to. And the only reason that they want to appoint her to that position is if you actually look at her, the same reason that Kamala Harris got her job. Joe Biden is a racist. This is kind of an interesting ordeal when it comes down to it, to actually see these two actually working together. Representatives Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Democrat of New York, and Dan Crenshaw, Republican out of Texas, want the Pentagon to conduct a study on the use of psychedelics to treat military members suffering from ailments from traumatic brain injuries. The duo hopes to get a measure approved in the National Defense Authorization Act that would require the Pentagon to study the effects of psychedelics in active duty service members in the Army, Navy, Marine, Air Force, and Space Force who suffer from PTSD or traumatic brain injury or chronic traumatic encephalopathy. This is a really wild coalition, Crenshaw said. Everyone's on the same page because there's a realization that these therapies are working. If we prohibit these promising drugs from being studied, we're being led by stigma, not science. Start with our service members, start with our veterans, but the possibilities are endless from there, Crenshaw said. There's a promise in drug addiction. There's promise of victims of sexual trauma. What about law enforcement officers who deal with what they deal with in every single day? The covered substances include MDMA, psilocybin, ibogaine, and DMT. At least one of the 2 PTSD patients cannot tolerate or do not respond adequately to existing treatments. The lawmakers say initial research shows promising results. I had so many friends, either current or former service members, who are going down to a specific clinic and doing ibogaine. One treatment of ibogaine would cure them of addiction, cure them of their inner demons, of their PTSD. They were balanced afterwards. If the measure gets approved, the research would begin in less than 3 months, and the report would be due in 1 year. The study requirements were written directly in the House version of NDAA, but Ocasio-Cortez says she expects the provision to meet resistance in the Senate and encourage people who support it to contact their senator's office. You can always contact any of your reps or senators and leave messages with their secretaries, with whoever just so happens to be in their office at the time, to try getting, your thoughts and opinions across to them. It is a thing. It is possible for that to happen. And as far as this particular bill goes, or idea goes, I mean, I'm down. I'm down with it for the most. If it's actually administered, as by maybe a doctor, as opposed to it just being something that would actually be found in your local marijuana dispensary. I really, there's maybe should be a slight difference between the two. Not saying that one is better or worse than the other. I just don't think that they should be treated the same. I really don't. There's something that's slightly different with all these particulars when it comes to MDMA and psilocybins and whatever this ibogaine is. It really seriously needs to be something that needs to be looked at a little bit closer. It looks like it could be a good year before they actually get any kind of bill in and around the House itself. It could be interesting to see if they could actually get any senators on their side to actually create the bill. That'd be kind of fun and interesting to actually see. Margie Taylor Greene says the Biden family admin should be drug tested to make cocaine. Not going to cover the cocaine bust again. That should have been, like I said, everything's totally out of whack, out of order. There's nothing that's in a direct order whatsoever. So this is watch. Okay, so I'm going to stop the screen for a second. We're going to actually watch this here. So this is Mr. Helms. So this is sometimes partnership can paint you in a corner. Rep. Daniel Goldman, an insufferable former Trump impeachment lawyer, had fresh-faced congressional members, is learning the hard way. It all started with an indictment of Gal Luft, the Red State reported, the former Hunter Biden business associate who recently charged with numerous crimes, including FARA violations and advising CFC China without being registered as a foreign agent. That came just as House Republicans were set to receive further information from Luft about the Biden family's foreign dealings. Instead of noting the suspicious timing, Goldman decided to try to spin the news into an allegation that Republicans were putting national security at risk. Does he realize what he's admitting to in this clip?
You and Congressman Jamie Raskin have written a letter to Congressman Comer, which reads in part, "We are concerned that an official committee of the House of Representatives has been manipulated by an apparent con man who, while a fugitive from justice, attempted to fortify his defense by laundering unfounded and potentially false allegations through Congress. It appears as if Mr. Luft sought whistleblower status from you in an effort to defend himself from criminal prosecution while a fugitive from justice. Worse yet, this latest episode also raises concerns that Mr. Luft may be manipulating your investigation, not only for his own self-interest, but perhaps also in furtherance of the CCP's efforts to undermine U.S. security interests and the president of the United States." So, Congressman, who is Gal Luft for our audience, and who is he not, as James Comer and others have suggested he is?
Well, he's certainly not a legitimate whistleblower, and what he is an alleged con man, as we said in the letter, who brokered a weapons for oil deal between China and Iran multiple times, who was an unregistered agent advancing the interests of the CCP in the United States, and who, very importantly, is indicted on making false statements to the FBI, including in the very meeting that he provided information about Hunter Biden to the FBI. So the remarkable situation that we're in now is that the key whistleblower, informant / witness in Chairman Comer's oversight investigation into the bogus allegations of the Biden crime family and all that is actually someone who has represented the interests of the CCP, has lied to the FBI, and is a fugitive from justice, who is literally running away from accountability from the United States court system. And upon receiving that information, Chairman Comer, we would naturally think would say, oh boy, let's hold back here. This guy has zero credibility and he may actually be advancing nefarious interests. No, he's doubling down now.
No, he's doubling down now. So let's take Goldman's claim at face value. Let's assume that Gal Luft is actually guilty of being an agent of the CCP because he worked for an advisor of the CFC China and was paid a significant amount of money by the company. Recent reports say $700,000. Let's also assume that in doing so, he violated FARA laws in the United States and is being legitimately charged with DOJ for doing so. Do you know who else advised CFC China, including lobbyists and companies inside the United States, and made millions of dollars from CFC China from registering a foreign agent? That would be none other than Hunter Biden, who shook down the Chinese official for threatening Joe Biden's wrath in order to garner 5.1 I'm guessing that's a million or $1 billion payout from the company. That money was funneled through various accounts to members of the Biden family. To this day, we don't really know what services Hunter Biden provided to CEFC Energy. In other words, while speaking to a friendly faces over at MSNBC, Goldman just inadvertently admitted that Hunter Biden was working for the CCP and should be vigorously investigated and possibly charged with doing so. That deserves a round of applause. The only thing I'm left wondering is if Goldman's statement came by way of sheer shamelessness and deep vapidness. He seems to truly think he's cracked the case and trapped House Republicans when he actually has done just the opposite. Think about the standard Goldman is trying to set. He wants to suggest that others around Hunter Biden that we're doing the same thing that Hunter Biden is criminals, while not expecting the rest of us to make the obvious connection. Even if Luft is guilty, that doesn't discredit his allegations about the Biden family. It's like mob member testifying against mob boss. You would expect Hunter Biden's business associates to have committed criminal acts, given the accusations against Hunter Biden himself. To suggest these associates can't then be used to provide information is laughably nonsensical. Goldman wants to have it both ways, and he doesn't get to it. If Luft is guilty of FARA violations for working for CEFC Energy, then why is Hunter Biden not being charged with the same crime? Democrats have no answer for that. This is seriously, they're going after one and leaving the other one alone. Sounds like favoritism to a point, and sounds very, very, very disturbing and disgusting to actually think that we're going to actually go after Guy Luft over and over again, charge him with any type of charge that we possibly can, indict him on multiple different things, from conspiracy, from Foreign Agent Registration Act, Arms Export Control Act, International Emergency Economic Powers Act, violations relating to Libya, United Arab Emirates, and Kenya, making false statements, and an additional count of making false statements. You're not going to tell me that Hunter Biden didn't do any of these himself, as he has relationship with China and Ukraine, and we know it. This is not something that's not already known. But let's go after Guy Luft over and over again. Let's indict him. Let's take care of him, because Guy Luft is okay, or isn't okay. But Hunter Biden, nothing to see here. Nothing to see here. Getting down there. How long have we been? 2.5. Not bad. Not bad. Figured it would have been a lot longer than where we. from where we are, for sure. Biden busted for more climate hypocrisy as John Kerry makes unbelievable statement about private plane. Joe Biden is on his last day of the European trip to Helsinki, Finland, and U.S. Nordic Leaders Summit. He's been having a difficult time being led around by other foreign leaders, even with them having to physically move him into place. On Wednesday, he couldn't even get a Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky's name right and snapped at a reporter who dared to ask Zelensky how soon after the war was over would he want to join NATO. I'm going to actually reshare this a different way because there's verbiage that we need to listen to. But one of the other points Biden's trip was to talk about the climate change. As he explained it in the last day of Lithuania, we all must summon the common will to address the existential threat.
We all must summon the common will to actually address the existential threat of accelerating climate change. It's real. It's serious. We don't have a lot of time. It is the single greatest threat to humanity.
Is it? Is it the single greatest threat to humanity? I really don't see it as being the single greatest threat to humanity. I think Joe Biden might be actually a bigger threat than what climate change is. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. It's real. It's serious. If we didn't have a lot of time, that's the single greatest threat. In Helsinki, he reiterated the emergency, albeit in a calmer tone.
And we're working in lockstep to tackle climate crisis, which you've been leaders on for a long time. And in order to literally preserve our planet, it's the only existential threat humanity faces. And we don't have a lot of time, but I'm confident if we continue to work together, we can deal with it.
It's the only existential threat humanity faces, and we don't have a lot of time. It's obviously the incredible emergency if we don't have a lot of time. We must summon the common will, Joe says. So I have a question for Joe Biden. If it's such an emergency that we all must get on board with addressing it, why were you tooling around Helsinki in a huge 39-car gas-guzzling motorcade, then fly that huge SUV, the huge SUVs in to require more planes, not just Air Force One? Biden, who arrived on the 747 jet, is whisked away from the Helsinki airport in a motorcade spanning nearly 24 vehicles. Just hours ago, Biden called the climate change the single greatest threat. The single greatest threat. And look at all these gas-guzzling cars that he's so against that are actually going to go ahead. And they're going to actually, of course, they're only going to show, a couple of those, cars from the motorcade. Oh, there's the fourth one. There's the fifth one. A ridiculous how many vehicles. All these vehicles had to actually be transported on yet another aircraft, as Air Force One is for the president, not his motorcade of vehicles. You couldn't just go and rent a slew of cars that were already there for you? No. Oh, why? Why would you want to do that? Here's a sped up video of Biden's motorcade in Helsinki. It stretches at least 39 vehicles. So it's sped up. It says it's sped up. I'm going to turn the volume down on this because it's really loud. Let's see if we can count 39. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's number 7 right there. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Oh, looks like there are only 38. Looks like there's only 38 of them. When it doesn't matter how many it actually was, whether it's 38, 39, or 40, it's too many. It's too many. It's unnecessary for you to go around and spit the bullshit that you spit and then still go ahead and jump into your car and go ahead, roll through town with this motorcade all the way around Lithuania because, whatever, it doesn't matter what I do. I can be a hypocrite. Also, what happened to white supremacy and nukes? Biden seems to have tossed those threats to the side, except when he needs to pull them out to pander to whatever audience he's talking with at the time. He was talking to a larger group of people in the first page. In the second one, he was in a room with other dignitaries and significant leaders. And when it comes down to it, of course, he's not going to actually talk to them the way he talks to everybody else. He talks to everybody else like they're stupid, even if they're not. He has noted that he had a motorcade in Lithuania. It's yet another example of rules for thee, not for me. And if we must summon the common will, why does it start first? Why must we all regular people comply with his dictates, but not him? It kind of makes you think he truly doesn't believe the end is near. Then there's a glaring hypocrisy on Thursday from his climate czar, John Kerry, telling Congress he never personally owned a private jet.
I just don't agree with your facts, which began with the presentation of one of the most outrageously persistent lies that I hear, which is this private jet. We don't own a private jet. I don't own a private jet. I personally have never owned a private jet. And obviously, it's pretty stupid to talk about coming in a private jet from the State Department up here. It just, honestly, if that's where you want to go there.
If that's where you want to go there. But, I've never owned a private jet. Those aren't mine. I don't own anything. Yes, it's just a family that owns the jet. Oh, it's not his. It's his wife's. Special Presidential Envoy Climate John Kerry's family jet has emitted over 300 metric tons of carbon dioxide since the Biden administration began, federal data shows. Kerry's family jet, a Gulfstream Give SP, has made a total of 48 trips lasting more than 60 hours and emitted an estimated 715,886 pounds or 325 metric tons of carbon since President Biden was sworn into office, according to federal data obtained by Fox News Digital. Fox. Via Flight Aware, the plane belongs to Flying Squirrel LLC, a charter company owned by Kerry's wife, Teresa Heinz Kerry. Teresa Heinz Kerry, in which Kerry reported owning more than $1 million stake in the most recent financial disclosure. So he doesn't own the plane, but he owns stake in financial disclosures, according to financial disclosures, in the company that his wife owns of Flying Squirrel LLC. Gee, you don't own shit, huh? It's my wife's. It's my wife's. Yeah, my computer that I'm sitting here on, it's not mine. It's not mine. It's my wife's. Fuck that shit. It's mine. As my colleague Scott Hounsel explained in 2021, Kerry even took a jet to pick up the award for his leadership in climate change. Icelandic reporter Johan Barini Kabelson confronted Kerry in the event over the choice of transportation, asking, I understand that you came here in your private jet. Is that an environmental way to travel? Kerry responded by claiming that it was the only way. It was the only way. If you offset your carbon, it's the only choice for somebody like me who's traveling the world to win this battle. because you're the one that's traveling the world to win the battle. It's okay. It's okay. Yeah, okay. Awesome. Awesome. Good to know that all is okay. It doesn't fucking matter. Gross. Disgusting. So then, because we're speaking about John Kerry. Like I said, I didn't have a lot of time, but I had some time. I did try getting some of it in order. John Kerry throws a tantrum after lawmakers ask him to identify his senior staffers. So, sitting in the same spot that he was sitting in the other. Biden's climate envoy John Kerry on Thursday testified before a House Foreign Affairs Oversight and Accountability Subcommittee on the effort to single-handedly save the planet. Earlier this year, John Kerry expressed that he was part of a select group of human beings who are called to save the planet. John Kerry is going to stop global warming. Just ask him. 7 reasons to stock up on long-term storage premium beef right away. Oh, yeah, okay. Kerry lashed out at lawmakers for calling out the hypocrisy of private jet use. Congressman Brian Mass asked John Kerry to identify the senior staff working his office on taxpayers' dime. Why did John Kerry pay for any taxpayer money to work in the office of presidential climate envoy? Joe Biden's special presidential climate envoy John Kerry has been operating in secret for the past 2.5 years. Protect the Public's Trust previously filed a FOIA lawsuit in an effort to obtain emails between John Kerry's office and various climate change groups. The emails turned over a PPT from John Kerry's office were heavily redacted. Not one staffer's name was revealed. Rep. Brian Mast asked John Kerry to identify his senior staffers. Kerry refused to identify his senior staffers and threw a tantrum after Rep. Mast pressed him to be transparent.
Be very helpful. Who is your deputy envoy for climate?
I have 2 deputies, and they are well known. They're very experienced people, Rick Duke and Sue Biniaz. But I'm not going to go through all the names.
Rick Duke
here.
and who?
Mr. Chairman, Sue Biniaz was one of the most experienced negotiators.
But I'm not going to go through all
Mr. Chairman, let me just say to you,
deputy?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to fill them in here in this way because that would be a violation of our process within the State Department.
You're not going to tell us who's
I'm not
working
going
in
to
your
go
office.
through them by name because that is not the required process of the State Department.
Who's the principal deputy for climate in your office?
As I just said to you, Mr. Chairman,
who's the chief of staff?
I am going to go through the normal process. Now, an algorithm kicked out that date, the one you're referring to.
I'm not going to argue about it, Mr. Kerry, Secretary Kerry. I'm not going to
just-
argue about it. You said you're not going to answer. You're not going to answer. It's par for the course.
No, I'm
Like
going
I
to
said, there
answer
was a
through
FOIA
the
request
process.
2021, said it wasn't going to be answered until 2024. I'm not going to spend my time arguing about it. You said you're not going to answer now?
Mr. Chairman, don't
accept
just
it.
cut me off. What I'm trying to do is tell you I'm going to follow the process of the State Department, which is normally followed.
Then answer the fucking question. He asked you a straight up question, and that's what he wants. He wants the question. Hey, what's up, Charlemagne? Good to see you, dude. He just wants you to answer the questions. I'm not going to go through it right here because I don't want to.
Where there are circumstances requiring that someone know who the person is, the State Department has complied and done that.
Every office,
Where
every
there is
consular,
not a
every bureau,
requirement
they have a
that they-
hierarchy. You
where
go
there
into
is
the
not a
military base,
requirement-
it says Joe Biden, it says the secretaries, it says there's a hierarchy. This is standard practice for government.
We
I'm not gonna
have
argue that it's
presented
not standard
with the
practice. You've been it
congressional
long enough.
notification
I want
of
to
the
point another
creation of
arrow on
this
my chart
office.
here, Mr. Secretary.
We
Can you just help
presented
us out?
that
If you
answer.
answer
Oh, I'm not going to answer your questions. I'm angry. I'm angry because you're pointing out that all the people that work for me, and I'm not going to tell you who they all are. Why? Because I'm old and I don't remember half of them. I don't talk to half of them. They talk to each other, and I just go around and be John Kerry. Move on here a little bit. Mika Brzezinski, Joe Biden's handler's hardest hit after he stumbles again boarding Air Force One. Yet one more time. Yet one more time. So it says Biden stumbles a bit as he boards Air Force One using the smaller stairs en route to the United States. He took no questions. He never takes questions. But what he does do is, it wasn't a big trip or stumble, but he still caught himself. He still caught himself. He hit the top. His bottom of his foot on that step, and you can see these people, they're all staring at him go up the steps because they're like, oh, okay, is he gonna make it? Is he gonna make it? Kind of hit that mute button a little loud. So then, this is the part that gets me. So he gets up to the top of the stairs. He goes to actually turn around. As he turns around and waves, watch what happens when he turns around the rest of the way. Because now he's walked up the stairs and he's ready to do a full 360-degree turn. Wave. And now finish the turn and catch the wall. Catch the wall. See, watch how he needs that wall to not fall backward when it comes down to it. And yes, Minister Hacker says when you ask you an awkward question, you must give an answer on something completely different. And when they ask you to answer their question, say that's not the question. Oh, okay. Sounds good. Sounds good. But this old decrepit fool, he seriously can't just walk straight. He seriously shimmies and as he did this spin to actually go around, he seriously almost fell yet one more time. We're getting down there. 2 hours 46 minutes in. Everybody doing okay? I see there's a couple people that actually joined. Again, hello Ben, how you doing? Share the window. Just a couple tabs, not a lot. BBC broadcasts fresh Huw Edwards claims alleged to have sent flirtatious messages to colleagues. The BBC has broadcast fresh allegations that it is suspended star newsreader Huw Edwards, who has been alleged to have sent inappropriate and flirtatious messages to BBC colleagues. Edwards has been stood down by the BBC amid allegations he paid a teenager for sexually explicit images. According to the Metropolitan Police, there's no evidence of criminal offending when the BBC conducts its own inquiry. But now, the BBC's flagship daily news and current affairs show has broadcast further allegations against the Welshman. According to Newsnight, 2 current BBC employees, plus a former staff member, have received messages from Edwards. One of the current employees said Edwards contacted them on social media with messages which appeared to be flirtatious and left them feeling uncomfortable and awkward. The second current employee also said Edwards had contacted them on social media. Both said the newsreader referenced their appearance. Great, look, it's just you and me over here. Really? Oh, that sucks. Nobody wants to watch. All right, I'm fine. I'm fine with that if that's the way it needs to be. Third person, a former employee, claimed that they had never met Edwards, but said he had sent them a late night message signed off with kisses. Two or three said that they felt that they couldn't report on the allegations to BBC management, Newsnight reported. A reporter said he had seen the messages which were sent this year. In one case, an employee said Edwards' message had given them a cold shudder, while BBC managers had said producers were in place for whistleblowing. One or three said it wasn't clear how to do that. One of them had said they felt BBC managers should be looking into the relationship dynamics between very senior and junior members of staff. Edwards was identified by his wife, Vicky Flynn, on Thursday as a presenter who involved in allegations first published by The Sun. His wife threw him under the bus. His wife said it was him. His wife says it was him. Parents of Huw Edwards' case offered tens of thousands to talk to TV interview. Oh wow! Let's go talk to his parents. We'll give you some money. Rupert Murdoch's News UK has offered tens of thousands of pounds to the parents who made allegations that Huw Edwards in return for a television interview, according to the sources of the media company. The Guardian understands that the interview with the couple has been recorded and is being edited for broadcast on Talk TV, the sister station to The Sun. Sources said the parents have been offered a significant sum for this. The parents claimed their 20-year-old child had taken advantage of by Edwards, 61, who was alleged paid the young person £35,000 in return for explicit pictures. The police have concluded Edwards has no criminal case to answer, but an internal BBC inquiry is investigating the allegations and separate claims against the News at 10 host. The Sun's first story on the allegations was prompted the BBC to suspend Edwards from the £435,000 a year job, said that the mother and stepfather in question had made it clear they wanted no payment in return for bringing the accusations to the tabloid. An editorial in Monday's print edition of Sunday emphasized that the issue was not about money for the family. They did not seek any payment. They just wanted the payments harming their child to stop. Edward's wife, Vicky Flynn, confirmed on Wednesday that he was the BBC presenter in the center of the allegations. Following 5 days of anonymous accusations, she said the presenter in the hospital with the mental health issues. Since then, The Sun has pledged to dial back on the reporting and said it would not seek to break further stories on the topic. A source of the News UK said that The Sun had not made any financial payments to the couple, but confirmed that Talk TV was speaking to them as part of a planned 3-part documentary series. The television channel has a reputation for paying large sums of money to secure interviews. The parents, who have been publicly identified, could not be reached for comment. The Sun has rolled back its initial suggestion that illegal underage activities could have taken place and insists its story was always about concerned parents. The 20-year-old at the heart of the story has dismissed their mother and stepfather's suggestions of illegal behavior as rubbish. News of potential Talk TV interviews comes as BBC News continues to investigate its own star presenter. Sources of the BBC newsroom claim that the Newsnight host Victoria Derbyshire had been taking initial soundings in relation to the claims against Edwards in the days before The Sun released the original story. On Wednesday night, Derbyshire made the first allegations of potential wrongdoing in the workplace, with the story claiming Edwards had messaged 3 young BBC employees, including one who is still in the organization. BBC News journalist has understood that he's working on further potential stories on Edwards, even while the BBC's corporate investigations conducts its own parallel inquiry. The BBC had already published a separate story about Edwards, who is at the point still anonymous, allegedly sending abusive and threatening messages to a person he met on a dating app. The person in their 20s is said to have hinted they could post publicly about the presenter. The corporation has also received some criticism from friends of Edwards over the coverage of the most prominent presenter. The former BBC journalist John Soppel, now a host of the News Agents podcast, said he had been struck by how many of my former BBC colleagues, some very senior, have been in touch to express their anger and dismay at their own coverage of this. Soppel told ITV's Good Morning Britain that he had been in touch with Edwards since the story broke, and suspended presenter was not overly impressed, but the BBC's coverage of the incident. The focus of the story is now shifting to the BBC's internal investigation. A spokesperson for the BBC said its official inquiry into Edwards would concentrate on the fact-finding, with the corporation also likely to consider separate allegations for potential workplace misconduct that are not of criminal nature. The BBC said the focus would be ensuring due process and thorough assessment of the facts, while continuing to be mindful of our duty of care to all involved. When it comes down to this guy, Mr. Huw Edwards, really seriously kind of, I was getting some Me Too vibes from it at first. But when it comes down to it and you actually start digging into it a little bit and realizing, though they were significantly younger than what he was, still being adults at the age of 20, may actually, be able to do this with him without having to bring charges against this guy. Now, it's a very disgusting and disturbing thought to think that this guy's wife has actually gone to the point of actually stating that, it is her husband that is actually the anonymous guy that they were actually going after for potential disgustingness. Whatever this is that he's doing with this 20-year-old young man and others is just that disgusting. You're 60 years old. What are you doing with a 20-year-old? What is a 20-year-old going to do for you? Gross, dude. The BBC has been a child abuse protection network for decades. Jimmy Savile, Rolf Harris, etc. all had senior roles. They didn't even name this guy for weeks. Right. They just now naming this guy. They're just now, because his wife came forward and said he's the anonymous guy that they're speaking of. Obviously, she's disgusted herself when she can actually go to the point of actually pointing out that these people, these whether it's a 20-year-old child, I don't see it as being a child. They're 20 years old. They're an adult. They have the right to do what they want. If they really want to do something with a 61-year-old guy, fine. But exactly that right there. How old was this 20-year-old child when they first started doing this? When he first started doing this, how long has Edwards actually been, quote unquote, doing anything with any of these people? How long has it been? How many years have you been molesting these young people. He's 20 now. He was selling naked pictures online chats when he was 16. He's not given a job. He got given a job at the BBC. Hey, Vicky, how you doing, dear? But yeah, when you think about all this and you actually see it, you actually go, wait a minute here. And then there's others that they're actually not naming. There's other people that are part of this allegation that he is potentially doing things with minors. Against the ball. Get up against the ball right now. You're done. You're finished. No longer, no more. We don't want to see you anymore. Remove yourself. Get up against the wall and let us remove you. However it be. I seen you say that you were lurking. Glad you're here. Glad you're here. Kind of just this gross, disgusting thought of Huw Edwards being just that as an animal groomer. I mean, when it comes down to it, what has he been doing? How long has he been doing this? This isn't something that he hasn't just yesterday decided to pick up and start doing. I'll be paying attention to the Sun a little bit more to see what the Sun actually has about this guy. We'll continue to follow whatever comes up with Huw Edwards in the future. I'm not sure if I want to do this one. I really don't. I think maybe I'll save this one. And I'll actually go ahead and see if I can't produce something midday tomorrow on this particular issue of Ray Epps and his involvement. I know I have other things about him out there, so I think that's what I'll do. I'll actually move past that and pay attention tomorrow sometime midday or whatever. You should actually see something come up for that. Over-the-counter birth control or post-Roe game changer. Oh, great. So, better than the morning after pill is something that they've actually created to actually go ahead and give you control, just in case you have actually gone ahead and done something that you just maybe thought you shouldn't have done and you did it anyway. The most commonly prescribed contraceptive in America is getting easier to access if you can afford it or live in the right state. Why it matters? The role of contraception has become more vital with mounting abortion restrictions across the U.S. a year after the Supreme Court ended the federal right to abortion. The FDA's approval of the first over-the-counter birth control, Opill, in the U.S. on Thursday is a game changer for the terms of access. Dr. Julia Cron, chief of obstetrics and apparently I can't say that, in gynecology in New York Presbyterian Lower Manhattan Hospital, told Axios. Driving the news, more than 100 countries provide over-the-counter birth control pills without a prescription. But similar progress has buckled in the U.S. thanks to lengthy regulatory process and limited research on reproductive health. Dr. Regan McDonald Mosley, the CEO of reproductive well-being nonprofit of Power to Decide, said Opill was the first birth control pill to be considered by the FDA as an over-the-counter option and could now pave the way for more. McDonald Mosley added. Meanwhile, more pharmacists across the U.S. have gradually been allowed to prescribe birth control, eliminating additional trips to other providers, though still requiring an extra layer of approval. Arizona has this month joined 24 states, including Delaware, Nevada, Washington, and D.C., in allowing pharmacists to prescribe birth control according to the Guttmacher Institute. State of play, Opill will be available in early 2024 for purchase at drugstores, convenience stores, grocery stores, and online. Its cost has not yet been announced. Now, early 2024, drugstores, convenience stores, grocery stores, and online. If this is something that's readily available and anybody can go to the store and pick it up, does that not actually cause potential harm? As when it comes down to it, I'm going to, say I go, we can't have children any longer. Both of us are fixed. We're done. Tadpole's the last one. Not going to have any more children anyway. But say, for whatever reason, my wife was pregnant and she was, 6 months into it, and I have access to go to the store because I'm pissed off at her, agitated, angry. I go down to the corner store, I grab what it is that I want, I come back, I slip it to her somehow, some way, unaliving that child, whatever, because it's readily available now for anybody to be able to do this. Sounds super scary and disturbing to actually think that the people are willing to actually say, well, let's make it over the counter. It's okay. It's okay. We don't need a specific person to be able to pick it up. We want everybody to have access. We want everybody to have access. It's one of the dozens birth control pills brands that exist, which people may still seek out for personal health or insurance coverage reasons. At least 13 states require insurers to cover all over-the-counter contraceptive methods. Until Opill becomes available, over-the-counter birth control pills will continue to require a prescription for a doctor, nurse, or pharmacist. The latter category is typically covered in part by insurance, but it can vary based on brands and providers. Between the lines, 1/3 of the hormonal contraceptive users have missed taking birth control because they weren't able to get their next supply, per a survey for Health Policy Research Organization, KFF. If you know that you were unable to actually get your birth control and you had missed a couple days, why would you be messing around? Why would you be messing around if you knew that you had the potentiality of actually becoming pregnant? Stop spreading your legs. Stop screwing each other. What the hell? Challenges including cost, lack of insurance, obtaining the appointment, and getting the clinic. People have also faced challenges accessing the pill because the language and the barriers of or education levels. The big picture, unintended pregnancies are linked to unmet need for contraception, the CDC has said. Yes, it's the CDC. The CDC totally has total right to actually tell me, as well as everybody else, how we should feel when it comes to unintended pregnancies. Unintended pregnancies, stop it. That shit causes me to have cancer. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? And CDC just did their thing and said, well, let's make it over the counter where anybody can go ahead and get it. It's okay. It's okay, because in the future, if that's what it's going to do is actually possibly potentially cause cancer, it's going to make them actually more money in the future. Go figure. Experts are hoping the FDA move helps lower this rate. They hope it helps lower the rate. of birth? Great. Perfect. Sounds awesome. Sounds awesome. Yeah, hormones trigger my mutant genes. You know, I've heard stories from you about these mutant genes that you actually have, you know, in that you've actually dealt with over over your lifetime. And I would almost think that, you know, there'd be more and more people that might actually be prone to the same thing that you're dealing with than we know of. No special powers except being super bitch. You're one of the best, though. Love you, Vic. Seattle Public Schools offers free sex change services to students as young as 13 without telling your parents. You don't need to tell the parents. It's okay. Come here. I got you. It's all right. It's all right. Largest public school district in Washington State is referring students to the district for free gender-affirming care. The Nova Wellness Center and the Meany Health Center offer gender-reaffirming care, including hormone-blocking medications and referrals for sex change surgeries, which are available to middle and high school students in Seattle public schools. According to documents obtained by parents defunding education, the health centers are operated by Country Doctor Community Healthcare Centers, which offers no-cost, comprehensive, trauma-informed, and gender-affirming care conveniently at the school. Right at the school. We got you. It's okay. It's okay. We can. It's okay. As stated on the website, CDCHC provided services of transgender, non-binary, and gender-diverse patients. Services include gender-affirming medications, estrogen, androgen blockers, testosterone, the injection technique, hormone therapy in adolescents, and specialty referrals from younger patients as needed, and referrals for gender-affirming surgeries. However, the center currently does not provide puberty blockers for younger patients that require specialty referrals. According to SVS, Gender Inclusive Schools, Transgender and Gender Expansive Student Rights and Supports. District staff should not disclose the student's transgender or gender X status to others unless 1, legally required to do so, or 2, the student has authorized disclosure. Additionally, when staff is contacting the parents or guardians of transgender or gender X students, it is unclear whether the student asserts the same gender identity at home. It is best practice to avoid using gender pronouns. Seattle Public Schools told the Post Millennial in a statement, community healthcare agencies independently operate school-based health centers in space provided by Seattle Public Schools. Seattle Public Schools does not supervise or participate in the provision of healthcare services in these clinics. Sure, they don't. Last year, the Post Millennial revealed that the district saw about 853% increase in students that identify as non-binary in only 3 years. 853% increase. Holy man, that's a huge percentage. That's a lot of students that are all being indoctrinated and told that it's okay to identify as whatever it is that you want. It's all good. Washington State, such treatments can be given out to the children without parental consent, including their reproductive health, sexually transmitted disease, substance use, gender dysphoria, gender-affirming care, and more. Gender card. This is what children can fill out to give their healthcare provider. Please call me. My gender pronouns are, and my gender identity is. What the hell? How disturbing and disgusting can y'all be? Vicky T is the best. She's part of Frog Army, and you can't have her. Washington's Adolescent Behavioral Healthcare Access Act, which is legislature voted into law in 2019, gives parents and providers more leverage on the treatment of young persons who does not want to or cannot independently seek medical help from a mental illness and or substance use disorder. If you're 13 and you're using substances, maybe you might want to wait a few years. Snohomish School District officials told Post Millennial in 2022 in Washington State, the age of medical consent is 13. That means that a person 13 through 17 years old can independently seek medical treatment without the consent or knowledge of the parent or guardian. So this isn't just a school thing. This is a full state thing that says 13-year-olds can seek medical whatever they want, as long as they want. It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it in any way, shape, or form. It's very gross and very disturbing to actually think that they're willing to actually allow 13 to 17-year-olds to go ahead and do whatever it is that they wish with their bodies when they're not old enough to even understand what their body is even doing. They don't get it. This is gross and disturbing. Everybody that hasn't already, please hit that like button for me. That'd be awesome. So then Screen Actors Guild, the other thing that I actually had in that headline up there, radicalized No More Friend Drescher's fiery SAG strike speech celebrated by the internet. She looks so old. She looks so old. Fran Drescher has righted her wrongs, or at least a few of them, after the nanny star was caught partying in Italy and brushing shoulders with noted Writers Guild strike scab Kim Kardashian earlier this week. Drescher, who is the president of the Screen Actors Guild, was lauded by the social media Thursday for her strongly worded comments about the now official SAG-AFTRA Guild strike. If actors were afraid that Drescher wasn't going to fight on their behalf, they should now be able to rest easy having seen the newly radicalized Drescher. If we don't stand tall right now, Drescher said in a press conference where the SAG-AFTRA strike was officially announced, we're all going to be in jeopardy of being replaced by machines. The Writers Guild of America has been on strike for over 2 months, fighting the streaming residual and protesting against artificial intelligence. Screen Actors Guild will join the picket line at midnight tonight. We are the midnight 1:12. So what, 20 minutes ago, maybe? I'm guessing this is a California thing. We are the victims here. We are being victimized by a very greedy entity. I am shocked by the way the people we have been in business with are treating us. I cannot believe how far apart we are on so many things. How they plead poverty while giving millions of dollars to their CEOs. Shame on them. They are on the wrong side of history. Though the strike stems from incredibly serious issues concerning people's livelihoods and carries with it many passionate emotions, social media users did have fun Thursday latching on to Drescher's sudden and dare say inspiring fury. That's our Fran Fine. The studios have made so many weird choices. One Twitter user shared one of the weirdest things just be pissing off a Queens woman with an iconically forceful voice. Others compared Drusher as a resistant cast of Newsies. Some argued Drusher could become president following the footsteps of former SAG president Ronald Reagan. So Carolyn Framke says the studios have made so many weird choices, but the weirdest might be pissing off the Queen's woman, iconically forceful voice. Linda Holmes says, I think Fran Drescher, among others, is exhausted in a particular way. I've only seen people involved in union negotiations be exhausted. Fran said, dance, jump, okay. The last time SAG struck simultaneously in WGA, it was Ronald Reagan. Therefore, we can conclude that Fran Drescher will soon be president of the United States of America. That would be very interesting to actually see. I'm not really for actors being what they are, but at the same time, hey, she might be worth it. She might be worth it. Take it easy. Let's not forget that Joshua has previously been outspoken policies that have considered anti-vax. Still, it's good to see that she's been able to step up to her SAG members when they need it most. Growth is growth. People, Norma Fran. So then, let's see, what's this? Who's this? Fran was spitting, says Matthew Cherry. Janelle Riley says, I don't really expect to be so impressed by Fran Drescher today, but I am. The jig is up. The AMPTP has radicalized Fran Drescher. Fran Drescher got my hyped as fuck to shut down Hollywood. So lots of, that was Vinny Mancuso. There seems to be an awful lot of people that are actually with her, stand behind her in her actually thoughts of actually picketing. There's no movies that are actually going to be coming out from Hollywood whatsoever. Screen Actors Guild and AFTRA have both been on strike now for at least the last 20 minutes. I'm, like I said, assuming that this is a California thing, where they actually spit the minute. They didn't even give the articles Eastern. So within the last couple hours anyway, we should have actually had Screen Actors Guild actually stand up to this issue right alongside of the writer's strike. Hollywood shuts down as actors join writers on strike. So then is this a SAG-AFTRA union represents Hollywood actors will strike after the first time since 1980 after failing to reach a new labor deal with major studios. Why it matters? The actors strike, which begins at midnight, marks the first time in 63 years that the Hollywood has two unions on strike simultaneously, which is expected to bring an industry to a screeching halt. It could also lead to quicker end to Hollywood's labor war. The big picture, a strike by Hollywood's largest union, which encompasses 160,000 members total, will essentially stop all scripted film and TV production, many of which are already halted amid the writers' strike. Expect further delays in upcoming film releases and TV show premieres. It also means that members will not be doing promotional work or upcoming blockbuster films and TV shows, including next week's Barbie and Oppenheimer. Oppenheimer stars Matt Damon and Emily Blunt left the UK premiere of the film shortly after the strike was called Thursday. Details: the strike will begin at midnight Pacific time. There you go. So about 25 minutes ago, and members will be at the picket lines Friday. A federal mediator was brought on the last minute to try to resolve the dispute, but the union announced early Wednesday that SAG-AFTRA's contracts for television, theatrical, and streaming contracts have expired without a successor agreement. During an impassioned press conference Thursday explaining their decision to strike, Union President Fran Drescher harshly criticized the studio's stance during negotiations. We're being victimized by a very greedy entity, Drescher said in the union's LA headquarters. I cannot believe it, quite frankly, how far apart we are in so many things, how they plead poverty and then they're losing money left and right, giving hundreds and millions of dollars to the CEOs. It's disgusting, as the last article said. Zoom out. The last time that both actors and writers unions are in 1960s, when SAG was led by Ronald Reagan, residuals were a major point of contention. Then to say now, in these days, both unions were striking to get paid for movies licensed to or sold on TV. The current residuals fight is over how much workers are paid when their shows and movies are licensed to streaming services. The push to own content globally rather than license out the local territories abroad by the major media companies has also cut off the major source of income. Zoom in. The rise of Netflix and other streamers has upended decades-long business practices that have led workers to believe the current Hollywood model is fundamentally broken. Streaming has proven to be far less lucrative than expected, which has investors calling for reduced spending that has put the squeeze in rank and file workers while CEOs are still receiving the 10-figure pay packages. Additionally, the rapid growth of AI has caused panic among both writers and actors that their work could be replaced or replicated by machines. I really don't like the AI. I really don't. I think it's horrible. I think it's going to actually do some horrible things that nobody's really going to care for. And it's going to continue to be able to thrive in the market that it's in. The industry's biggest union encompasses TV journalists, stage performers, stunt and background performers, radio personalities, and fashion models. The other side, in the response to the strike, the Alliance of Motion Pictures and Television Producers, which represents the studios and labor talks, said their offer involved historic pay and residual increases, and a groundbreaking AI proposal that protects actors' digital likeness. SAG-AFTRA Executive Director Duncan Crabtree, Ireland, said AMPTP's AI proposal was, they proposed that our background actors should be able to be scanned, get paid for one day's pay, and their company should own the scan, their image, their likeness, and be able to use it for the rest of eternity in any project they want with no consent and no compensation. Bullshit. That's bullshit. That's bullshit. That's where the AI has gone too far. That's why they're when they use these kind of things like AI to make things work, where they're actually screwing everybody, because that's not going to be good for anybody. Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that forever. No way. Nobody ever is going to be like, yes, you can use my likeness for the rest of eternity and don't compensate me. It's okay. What? Right. Exactly. What? Exactly. What's next? When asked of the reporters when they would return to the bargain table, SAG-AFTRA leadership said they were willing to meet again at any time. They're well aware of what it takes to make a deal, Crabtree Ireland said. Of course they do. Of course they do. Yeah, we're not going to go there. We're not going to go there. We already kind of did that. But, as far as this goes, when it comes to the Screen Actors Guild and the AFTRA, they really seriously, hopefully they stand up for what they are actually worth. They actually fight to actually get paid for every instance that they're actually used for, as opposed to allowing their instance to be scanned and then they can be used in the background without consent and whenever they want and this, that, and the other. It sounds disturbing, gross, and hopefully they get what they need and what they deserve. That's bullshit. Actors' likenesses are copyright. I agree. This is not something that we should actually be okay with. You try getting a picture of Tom Cruise or Arnold Schwarzenegger and putting it on a T-shirt and selling it without a license. Yeah, right. Exactly that. Exactly. Because if they can get away with doing all this, it opens up that market to almost anything else. It opens up that market to almost anything else to actually go ahead and actually be something that they can actually they can actually make $1 off of. Oh, what did I hit the wrong button? Hit the wrong button. I do have a couple other articles to go along with this particular issue. Hollywood stars go on strike. Celebrities walk off job, bringing TV and movie production to a historic halt. Again, this is actually supposed to happen as of midnight, Pacific time. So about 30 minutes ago, this strike is actually supposed to go into effect. They should actually be standing. This article really seriously repeats the last one. I knew that I had a couple of them in there that really didn't need to be. And again, another one. It really covers the same exact deal. Exactly. Existential threat to the profession. It'll destroy anything and everything that we've known about Hollywood, about TV, about movies. Not that they haven't already been destroyed in the last 20-ish years or whatever, but when it comes down to it, to actually think that it's okay for them to continue to use your likeness and not pay you, puts the money in just their pocket, which wouldn't be very many people. It would be limited to how many people would actually be getting paid for such a thing, especially when you actually talk AI. You talk about AI, so then all of a sudden it's like, the producer goes up, says, well, I got your likeness, and now I just went to the AI and had the AI write this for me. Now I'm going to go and use your likeness. I'm going to use the AI story, and we're going to go ahead and produce a movie with one person. With just one person. You're not going to have a group of people, or you're not going to see credits are going to come by and it's going to be one person in the credit. You're like, what the hell is that? What the hell is that? It's going to take a lot of money away from a lot of people. It sounds horrible. Something that we'll most likely be paying attention to for the ongoing future here until something better comes out of this. Disney CEO Bob Iger rocks media world. He may sell ABC and other networks. Disney's having issues. Disney's having big issues right now. Not long after news broke that the Disney CEO Bob Iger had agreed to stay for 2 additional years, he dropped several bombshells on the media world, with revelations made during an interview with CNBC. Speaking with David Faber, network's Squawk Box program, whose new contract extension means he'll be at Disney through 2026, at least discuss a transformative work began before he hands off the company to a successor. Transformative work is dealing with businesses that are no growth businesses and what to do about them. And particularly the linear business, which we're expansive in, are thinking about. And we're going to look expansively about opportunities there because clearly it's a business that is going to continue to struggle. At that point, Faber stopped Iger to ask if by transformative he meant getting rid of legacy networks like ABC and FX. Are you going to look to sell them? We may have to be open-minded and objective about the future of those businesses. Yes, Iger replied, meaning that they're not core to Disney, Faber asked. That they may not be the core to Disney, Iger added. Continuing, he said that this distribution model, the business's model that forms the underpinning of the business and that the delivered great profits over the years is broken, and we have to call it like it is. He clarified that he is not talking about ESPN, which he said Disney views very differently, but he is clear that ABC, National Geographic, and others owned by Disney could soon be on the chopping block. Earlier this year, reports noted that Walt Disney companies continued to struggle financially after a series of decisions involving woke content and following the high-profile battle of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who's running behind former President Donald Trump for GOP polls in 2024 presidential nomination. According to the reports in April, Disney had begun planning to lay off as much as 15% of the entertainment workforce following the announcement by CEO Bob Iger 2 months earlier that they were coming. Iger revealed plans to lay off 7,000 workers in a strategic realignment aimed at cost reduction. The layoffs, which take effect on Monday, will impact workers across various divisions, including television, film, theme park, corporate, entertainment, Bloomberg News reported. Now, I don't know what the Screen Actors Guild thing actually has to do with this. If that protects anybody, if it still shuts down Disney, you would almost think they would be involved in it. As you know, most actors that work for Disney don't just work solely for Disney. So it could be interesting as of Monday for him to actually still lay people off, though you would have been striking against what is actually happening. I revealed plans to lay off 7,000 workers, strategic alignment. I read that one. For our employees who aren't impacted, I want to acknowledge that there would no doubt be challenges ahead as we continue building the structures and functions that will enable us to be successful moving forward. Iger told staff members in March, in tough moments, we must always do what is required to ensure Disney can continue to deliver exceptional entertainment to audiences and guests around the world now and long into the future. As part of Iger's shift towards prioritizing franchise properties and well-established brands, the company's entertainment unit is expected to bear the brunt of the layoffs, but that may now have changed. In addition to the layoffs, Disney is implementing a restructuring plan for its finance department, which involves closer consolidation of staff managing accounts for Disney Entertainment and ESPN. As per a memo obtained by Business Insider, Brian Castellini was slated to serve as the finance lead for both business units under Disney CFO Christine McCarthy. In May, Disney stock tumbled nearly 9%, the most significant drop in 6 months, which sent shockwaves through the company. The report was first since Disney announced its new three-pronged business reorganization: Disney Entertainment, ESPN, and Disney Parks, Experiences and Products, as CEO Bob Iger attempts to streamline the media giant and reset its strategy. The company will begin reporting under a new structure later this year, Yahoo Business reported at this time. So the company will begin reporting under a new structure later this year. So within the next 6-ish months or whatever's left of the year, we're really seriously, probably closer to 5, right? We're really seriously going to see a big, huge change come in and around Disney. Now, with the Screen Actors Guild thing going on as well, that could actually throw a wrench in everything as they're actually trying to actually bring this back to a good stand and actually make something good of Disney, which has never been. I really don't believe that Disney's ever been something good for anybody. I think it's been a ploy. I think it's been a marketing tool that's been used over and over again to actually go against all those that actually have anything to do with it. I'm going to actually look at a few things here real quick just to be sure everything. We're getting into some news. We're going to actually kind of, I'm just going to take a quick glance to be sure this is all news and there's no politics. And we're not going to actually re-go over anything. I'm going to kind of hit these last bunch of articles real quick. Hit these articles pretty quick here. Being that we're at 3.5 hours, going on 4 hours. Amazing. This week has just been a lot. I'm glad that I've been able to actually do what I've been able to do for everybody. I hope you all appreciate it. FTC appeals its loss to Microsoft and Activision Blizzard case. Looks like something has actually come of this, where they've actually gone ahead. Microsoft has actually won the case against what is actually going on. They've actually won the case where they're actually able to pick up Activision Blizzard. Activision Blizzard will now be under the same moniker as Microsoft. It will actually be very interesting to see where things like Call of Duty, some of these games that are specific to platform, if games will actually become more widely diverse, because this Activision also includes has something to do with not just PlayStation and the Call of Duty, but also would have things to do with Xbox and Nintendo. There's going to be a very large group of people that are actually going to come together, and we should actually see some fun, interesting games, maybe newer games come out that would actually be cross-platform. It could be interesting, could be fun to actually see what actually comes out of this. We'll be paying attention to that as well. On to some regular news. Hunters captured longest python ever. So yesterday we actually talked about a pregnant python that somebody had caught. Well, now listen, these guys, Florida python hunters, wrangled a massive Burmese python July 10th, the largest ever recorded in the state. Measuring 19 feet in length, the Burmese python beat the previous 18-foot, 9-inch record and weighed in at 125 pounds. We were getting ourselves into a fight that was a little bit trickier than we first anticipated. One of the hunters, Jack Wallery, told local news outlet Wink the hunters unsuccessfully attempted to catch the massive snake with a net, but Wallery tried a new strategy. He approached the behemoth, aiming to come behind it to grab its head like a normal grab. But then the snake went absolutely crazy. He was trying to wrap up and trying to strangle me and my friend. Wallery continued, telling the outlet that despite the struggle, we were able to capture this thing safely. Wallery's mom, Anna, said her heart stopped when she realized her son was literally throw himself at the python to catch it. The Burmese python will now be studied as regional invasive apex predator, according to the Conservatory of Southwest Florida. It's awesome to be able to make an impact in South Florida environment. We love this ecosystem and try to preserve it as much as possible. Pythons are not intended to actually be in Florida. Burmese pythons are not supposed to be there. It seems as though there's a lot of people that have actually released their pets to that region or whatever, and they're actually trying to. There's several groups of people going around trying to actually catch these animals before they actually wreak havoc. They've actually wreaked enough havoc where they've actually destroyed ecosystems. They've actually caught them trying to consume alligators, crocodiles, whichever one that is, as well. As well. So when these animals are totally destroying whatever they can, people need to stop being idiots and releasing their pets to the wild. Is that a python or your pants? Good one. Good one, Great Liquor. Rabid beaver, biggest that game warden has ever seen, attacks, bites little girl swimming in a lake. A rabid beaver, which the game warden called the biggest he's ever seen, attacked and bit a little girl who was swimming in Georgia Lake over the weekend. Georgia. What are the details? Kevin Bucher, field supervisor of Hall County Animal Control, told WDUN-AM that the beaver bit the girl Saturday while she was swimming off the private property in the northern end of Lake Lanier near Gainesville. The Associated Press reported Gainesville is about an hour and a half northeast of Atlanta. The beaver's bite was the beaver's bite was on the girl's leg. In the initial source citing WDN, the girl's father intervened and beat the beaver to death. Don McGowan, supervisor for Georgia Department of Natural Resources Wildlife Resource Division, said the game warden who responded to the incident described the animal as the biggest beaver he had ever seen. He estimated it to be 50 to 55 pounds, which is about as big as they get in Georgia. The beaver later tested positive for rabies. Once the rabies virus gets into the brain of the animal, in this case a beaver, they just act crazy. Medical experts say if the person is bitten or scratched by an animal suspected of having rabies, they get shots that stop the virus. And Station noted, adding that without the shots, it's almost always fatal. So, poor little girl got attacked by a beaver. A very large beaver, nonetheless. In Georgia. Something wrong with Georgia. Something wrong with everything going on down there. Is that when Noma's big brown beaver? No, it's not. Sorry, Great Liquor. Portland man released without bail after allegedly killing an 11-year-old fleeing gang. Oh, wait a minute here. There was another animal thing that was in here. There's another animal thing that was in here. I know y'all can see that. There it is. There's a couple of them. 78 whales killed in front of a cruise ship passengers in the Faroe Islands. Cruise ship passengers arrived at the Faroe Islands as dozens of whales were killed as part of a traditional hunt. The cruise line confirmed Thursday. Ambassador Cruise Line apologized to the passengers of the ship Ambition. Passengers there were there as 78 pilot whales were technically one of the largest members of the dolphin family, were killed in the port area on Sunday. Hunting whales and dolphins is a common and regulated practice in the islands, which are a self-governing, semi-autonomous region of Denmark. The local government describes the pilot whale hunt, also known as grind, as an ancient integral part of Pharisee food culture. We strongly object to outdated practices and have been working with our partner Orca, the marine conservation charity dedicated to studying and protecting whales, dolphins, and porpoises in UK, the European waters, and encouraged change since 2021. The spokesperson for the cruise line said the killing of more than 1,400 dolphins in the region sparked outrage in 2021. At the time, the chairman of the Forestry Whalers Association told the BBC that while the number of dolphins killed was excessive, it was accidental. It was a big mistake. When the pod was found, they estimated it to only be about 200 dolphins. The first catch was average 600 pilot whales annually, according to the government data from 2000 to 2020. No more than 773 white-sided dolphins were caught in a single year. Whaling in the Faroe Islands is conducted in accordance with the international law of globally recognized principles of substantial development, according to the island's government website. It is sustainable to fully regulated with a strong emphasis on animal welfare and requirement today for participants to be licensed to use mandatory methods of equipment. Whale drives only take place in bays that are officially approved for the purpose, and only schools of whales found in close proximity to land, usually within 1 nautical mile, are driven ashore. Whatever is caught during the hunt is distributed to islands residents for free. Ambassador Cruise Line said the company told guests and crew not to buy or eat any whale or dolphin meat and stand against any profiteering from the commercial whaling of dolphin hunts. Conservationists from Orca were on board the ship and arrived at the Faroe Islands. According to the organization, small boats and jet skis were used to herd the pilot whales into shallow waters. The whales were hauled ashore and killed. It defies beliefs of Pharisee authorities allowed the activity to take place in clear sight of a cruise ship packed with passengers sitting in dock. On one hand, they promote their pristine environment and spectacular wildlife while simultaneously wielding gaff hooks and lances to kill whales and dolphins. It's almost as they are flaunting the hunt and taunting the tourists. Long-finned pilot whales live 35 to 60 years, according to the National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. They grow 19 to 25 feet long and weigh between 2,900 and 5,000 pounds. The species is threatened by whaling, entanglement in fishing gear, disease, contaminants in the ocean waters. I need to crash. I'll catch you in the morning before I take off. Have a good night. You have a good night as well, Vicky. You have a very good day. Enjoy what it is that come forward for you. Love you so much. Last story on animals. Fire kills nearly all the animals at a Florida Wildlife Center. They didn't deserve this. An early morning fire on Thursday killed nearly all the animals in a wildlife center in Madria Beach, St. Petersburg of Florida's Gulf Coast. The center's owner of officials said. The Madria Beach Fire Department told CBS News that the crews arrived at the fire shortly after 3 a.m. local time on Thursday at an alligator and wildlife discovery center. Fire Chief Clint Belk said crews were forced to shift the defensive operation due to deteriorating conditions, and the blaze was under control in about 45 minutes. We suffered from tragic fires last night. Nearly all the animals are gone. We are devastated, a post of the Wildlife Center Facebook page said. Sonny Flynn, who owns the center, told CBS affiliate WTSP that all the animals inside the building died and many of the reptiles were injured. Small mammals, lizards, amphibians, turtles, tortoises, fresh and saltwater marine life, and alligators were among the 250 animals in the center. They didn't deserve this. This is my whole life. They all have names. They all have personality. I come in every morning and talk to them like Dr. Doolittle. Flynn said 95% of the animals in the center were pet surrenderers because people didn't know how to take care of them, and they weren't able to take care of them. Madria Beach Fire Department Fire Chief Clint Belk told news outlets the crews were met with heavy fire and smoke in the front of the building. Pinellas County Sheriff Office deputies said the blaze impacted both the Wildlife Center and the restaurant. The investigation is underway to determine the cause. Founded in 2011, the center says it has changed its focus to education and conservation, according to the website. Our immediate goal is the provision of humane, professional care for pet surrenders and orphaned native wildlife that cannot be safely returned to the wild. Very sad, disturbing story in itself to believe that all of these animals had actually suffered in some way, shape, or form. Over 250 of them in this center. Whoever did this, whatever it was that caused this, I'm sad. I'm sad for you. I'm sad for you because when it comes down to it, hopefully you get what's coming to you. The rest of these, we're going to skim through this real quick. Portland man released without bail, allegedly killing 11-year-old fleeing gang shootout. Released without bail after killing somebody. Portland's wrecked. Must see Maybelline taps bearded bald man to sell lip gloss to a woman on Amazon Prime Day. This is the person that they used to try selling Maybelline for Prime Day. Anybody that was on Amazon Prime purchasing stuff, if you purchase anything from Maybelline, maybe not. Maybe not. First fatality in mass Vermont flooding as man drowns in his own home. So we had spoke of this mass flood that was coming near, as there was a dam that was about ready to actually be breached from the mass amount of rainfall. It's sad to actually hear that this man had actually died due to the flooding accident in his home. He drowned in his own home. Texas woman shot and killed after husband flipped off a gunman in road rage attack. It sounds a little gruesome. I flipped you off in my own rage, so you took your rage and removed my wife? What the hell's wrong with people? What's wrong with people? Texas woman was shot in the head and killed after her husband flipped off the gunman who has launched a fatal road rage attack against them and fired several rounds into their minivan. Paula Nunez, 37, suffered a gunshot wound to the head during a shocking incident in Hurst, Texas, and later died at John Peter Smith Hospital in Fort Worth. Investigators said the victim's husband, Zane Jones, told them they were shot as he was driving his maroon 2017 Kia minivan north and east loop 820 when they were involved in a road rage incident with other motorists. No arrests were being made in connection with this case, and investigators are looking at a small older model car or in dark color. Mr. Jones was married to Guatemala-born wife last year, addressed the incident in Facebook, and asked for help for bringing the shooter to justice. Sad, disturbing that, road rage would actually bring you to the point of actually thinking it's okay to unalive somebody, or anybody, shoot at anybody in any way, shape, or form. Hopefully the person that actually sees this actually turns themselves in with their own convictions, and actually, because they maybe feel bad for what they fucking did. don't flip people off when you're driving. I mean, I guess if that's what you're gonna get out of it. More like don't shoot at people if you got road rage. Doctors reattach boy's head after car accident in miracle surgery. The boy looks a little still disconnected in my mind. Surgeons in Israel performed a miracle surgery to reattach the boy's head after he had hit by a car while riding his bike. Suleiman Hassan, a 12-year-old Palestinian in the West Bank, suffered an internal decapitation from a skull detached from the top vertebrae of his spine in a bilateral and anterior occipital joint dislocation. Dr. Ohad Enev, an orthopedic specialist, had led the operation and said the surgery took several hours and required the doctors to use new plates and fixations in the damaged area. Holy crap. What? Freaking almost removed his head. And they were actually able to surgically reattach it. This young man's going to have issues for the rest of his life. Our ability to save the child is thanks to the knowledge of the most innovative technology in an operating room. The fact that such child had no neurological defects and sensory or motor dysfunction, and that he is functioning normally and walking with an aid after his long process is no small thing. This is not common surgery at all, and especially not on children or teens. A surgeon needs knowledge and experience to do this. Bless you all, the father said. Thanks to you, he regained his life even when the odds were low and the danger was obvious. What saved him were professionalism, technology, and quick decision making by the trauma and orthopedics team, the father added. Dr. Mark Siegel, clinical professor of medicine at NYU Langone Medical Center, said the key is preserving blood flow to the brain. It sounds like from the story that the major blood vessels were likely not severed and that it involved an orthopedic rebuilding, probably using rods to reattach ligaments and possibly bone grafts and implants. Poor kid. Like I said, he's going to have to live with that the rest of his life. Oh, that's the same story. Okay. Let's remove that. New alt-right beer blisters and battle Bud Light in a hilarious parody ad. First of all, alt-right beer is a real thing. The beer hit the ground running in April in response to Bud Light's historically ill-advised marketing hookup with TikTok influencer Dylan Mulvaney, and 26-year-old man who pretends to be he's a teenage girl and he racks in cash in a disgusting process. Ex-Donald Trump campaign manager in state Georgia, Seth Weathers, CEO, conservative dad's alt-right beer, has cashed in on the Bud Light disaster, which shows no sign of slowing down. The upstart company latest ad shared first by Fox Business on Wednesday features Weathers in a parody of Burt Reynolds' classic 1970s comedy Smokey and the Bandit, repelled the iconic black Pontiac Trans Am, an impressive job by an actor portraying Jackie Gleason's Sheriff Buford T. Justice. Ultra right. The ad begins with Weathers crushing a Bud Light can with a baseball bat and saying, "That's me, conservative dad. You're probably wondering how I got here. This is an unlikely story of a fed-up American who had enough of woke beer companies and decided to do something about it. I'm on a mission and decided to do something about it. And I want to stop, and I won't stop until all Americans have 100% woke-free American beer company they can be proud of again." It's fun. It's fun. It's something that's out there that maybe be outdoing the likeness of Bud Light. It might just be actually doing something good. Here, I'm going to reshare the screen here real quick so you can actually see the ad because it's good. It's fun.
Yep, that's me, conservative dad. You're probably wondering how I got here. It's been a wild ride, but I'm just getting started. This is an unlikely story of a fed-up American who had enough of the woke beer companies and decided to do something about it. I'm on a mission, and I won't stop until all Americans have a 100% woke-free American beer company they can be proud of again. We'll face obstacles along the way, but nothing will stop us, not even a woke beer Smoky.
This is Sheriff Buford T. Justice. I'm in high-speed pursuit of a conservative dad with a load of ultra-right beer.
Long way to go and a short time to get there.
Hey, conservative dad here. Jump in. We're going to go for a little drive. I got a woke beer Smoky on my tail.
I love it. It's so good. I love how they actually went ahead and actually redubbed Smokey and the Bandit. Smokey and the Bandit was like the best. It was the best thing when I was. I loved it so much.
Let me have a sandwich and a bag of chips and make it fast. I'm in a hurry.
Why are you in such a hurry there, Sheriff?
I'm in high-speed pursuit of a conservative dad.
Well, this conservative dad, bank robber?
Bank robber? Bank robbing's nothing compared to what this dude's been doing. He almost destroyed one of America's biggest woke beer companies, selling ultra-right beer. He made a complete mockery of the woke corporation.
Well, I hope you catch up to him and get your man, Sheriff.
Much obliged.
Woke corporations have spent years quietly funding woke garbage that's now spilling over into our schools. But we're not going to beg them to stop anymore. Instead, Conservative Dad's ultra-right beer is going to fund our own programs. That's why we're donating a portion of sales to the 1776 Project to overthrow the blue-haired woke school board members and replace them with normal people like us. The woke beer corporations, earmuffs, with the wrong people. Never underestimate conservative dads on a mission. They said it couldn't be done, but thanks to you, there's a new beer in town. Conservative Dad's ultra-right beer is now shipping all across America. If you haven't already, grab yourself a six-pack.
ultrarightbeer.com.
We're not like other beer companies. Oh, that's better.
If you didn't catch that here, we'll kind of go back just a little bit. It's just trans. He's like,
oh, that's better.
So good. I'm so glad that I left that for the very end. Thank you all so very, very much for being here today. If you appreciate what you actually see, go ahead, hit that donation button down there. Go ahead, support me in any way, shape, or form that you possibly can. If you liked what you seen, hit the like button for sure. If you didn't like what you seen, hit the like button, leave a comment down below and let me know what I could do better for you. I just can't stop laughing. It was so good. So, as far as that goes, thank you all so very, very much. I'll see you tomorrow night for game night. Game night. Yes, it should be game night. It's Friday night, so it should be a good one. Again, thank you all so very much for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to see if I can't actually redirect you somewhere. Let's see what I can do here. I'm not really sure where, but we'll do it anyway because, that's always the fun thing to do. Really? Valhalla's live? Interesting. All right. Let's do that. MLS and Flux, huh? Awesome. All right. Well, all that being said, again, thank you all so very, very much for being here. If you can do all of it, do it. If you can't, I appreciate it. I appreciate you viewing what you've actually, you being here and blah, whatever. I've said too much. It's been a good night. Later.
I don't want to live on this planet anymore.